We are going to start our conference in a few minutes, so please take your seats. Distinguished guests, good morning. My name is Zygmunt Krasiński. I would like to welcome you at this beautiful building of the Warsaw University at the National Knowledge Valorisation Day 2025, organized by the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology and University of Warsaw in close cooperation with the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, as a part of the ongoing European campaign on knowledge valorization. Our event is organized under honorary patronage of the Minister of Development Funds and Regional Policy, Republic of Poland, Minister of Economic Development and Technology, Republic of Poland, Minister of Science and Higher Education, Republic of Poland, and National Center for Research and Development. Let me warmly welcome representatives of all our event partners, as well as speakers, panelists, and moderators. Let me thank all our partners for very good cooperation on the process of preparation of our Knowledge Valorization Day. R&D strategic partner for EU+, University Alliance, and our two technological partners, Vigo Photonics and Ensemble 3, and the group of great partners, including, of course, European associations. Here I would like to especially welcome our distinguished guests. Among them, Director Maria Cristina Rousseau, Director of the DG for Prosperity at the DG Research and Innovation, who will join us online in a few minutes. Director Grzegorz Orawiec, representing the Ministry of the Development Funds and Regional Policy. Yes, you're welcome. Magdalena Kołodziejska, Deputy Director of the National Center for Research and Development. Professor Krzysztof Perć, the President-elect of the Foundation for Polish Science. Professor Dorota Pawlak, the President of Ensemble 3. Our special guest, Yanis Sagias, from the Research and Innovation responsible for the unit dealing with knowledge valorization. Professor Piotr Szynkarczyk, the director of the Łukasiewicz Piap Institute, as well as Jörg Schrerer, represented Eurodis, and our colleague, the CEO of Meta Group, Alesia. Is Alesia with us? Okay, thank you very much. Let me also welcome Katarzyna Walczyk-Matuszyk, Vice President of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology, and Professor Zygmunt Lalak, the Vice Rector of University of Warsaw. The agenda for today's event is very busy. In addition to our main sessions, we will have after lunch 2 parallel sessions. One is devoted to the skills which are necessary for knowledge valorization, and it will be performed in the same building like our plenary conference. And the other is related to the cooperation between science and academy, and it will be performed upstairs in the room number 1.110. But after lunch, we will divide it into 2 groups. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us successful presentations and discussion today. And now I have the honor to ask Professor Zygmunt Lalak, the Vice Rector of University of Warsaw, to take over the chairmanship of our conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear guests, dear visitors, dear participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome you most warmly on this beautiful day to the University of Warsaw. Well, the largest and I believe the best university in this country. The university which is strongly committed to excellence in research. However, the university which understands that the mission of the university is also to transfer our product, our knowledge, to the society, to go with our achievements beyond the academic circle, beyond the academic bubble, as some say. And we understand that this is our responsibility towards the society. This is also the reason why we expect substantial funding offered by the society in the form of the government subsidies. And we understand that the issue of valorization, which is going to be discussed in this room for the rest of the day, is most pressing one, is the issue about making the impact. I mean, it's also the matter of monetization of our achievements. And those are the questions, those are the problems which are very important for the future of academia, for the future of establishments such as this university and other research establishments in the country. And I believe that this discussion today will bring us closer to finding suitable solutions, will make us closer to making the bridge between the academia and the industry, and also the bridge between Polish reality and ideas coming from outside, coming from the academic circles in Western Europe and America. So I am sure this day will be full of fruitful deliberations, and I'm sure we will shape the future of this university and many other institutions of higher learning in Poland and in Europe. And now it's time to start our proceedings. It's the beginning of the agenda for today, and the first talk shall be given by Maria Cristina Rousseau from the European Commission, introduced by Mr. President a minute ago. And I believe this material will be displayed on our screen in a second. Well, let's listen to the words of Maria Cristina Rousseau.
Good morning to everybody. I hope that you can hear me. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. It is for me an honor to be with you today, although virtually, to open the Poland's National Knowledge Valorisation Day. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Vice Rector of this very prestigious university for his inspiring opening remarks, and also for hosting this event. I also thank the organizers for bringing together such a diverse and experienced group of participants, and obviously I thank my colleagues who are there with you today. Today's event is particularly timely. Across Europe, we are facing societal, environmental, and geopolitical challenges. In this context, our ability to translate fast research and innovation results into socioeconomic benefit, what we do call knowledge valorization, is a strategic necessity for the future of Europeans' economy, competitiveness, and resilience. Let me start by highlighting some of the achievements, but also some of the remaining challenges of knowledge valorization. Over the past few years, the European Commission has given renewed attention to how we capitalize on the knowledge generated through research and innovation activities. In this respect, we created, together with the Member States, a common framework for improving knowledge valorization across the Union. The EU policy for knowledge valorization tackles the persistent challenges of insufficient IP commercialization, the low level of industry-academia cooperation, the weak links with standardization, and the not systematic engagement of the citizens. It provides a way to move from fragmented practices to a more structured, systemic approach. These initiatives reflect the fact that Europe's strength in science does not sufficiently translate into leadership in innovation. Indeed, we produce excellent research, but often lack mechanisms, incentives, and scale to bring ideas to market and society. We do need to close this innovation gap, particularly at a time of intensifying global competition and technological transformation. This is why, in the current political cycle, knowledge valorization will continue to play a central role. And I am pleased to confirm that in the next multi-annual financial framework, the Commission plans to maintain an independent research and innovation framework program to succeed to Horizon Europe. Valorization will remain a key ingredient to increase the market and societal benefits through the investments in research and innovation. Now, let me briefly outline how the new policy priorities are supporting these ambitions. First of all, tomorrow the Commission will adopt the Startups and Scale-up strategy. This upcoming Startups and Scale-up strategy aims to create an innovation-friendly environment across Europe, helping the researchers, entrepreneurs, and small and medium-sized enterprises to turn ideas into successful businesses. This means making it easier for startups and scale-ups to access financing, talent, and markets. Then I would like to mention the planned European Innovation Act, which will address regulatory bottlenecks and provide new measures to support deep tech development and deployment, particularly for strategic technologies. I also would like to highlight the new ERA policy agenda for 2025-27, which was adopted by the Competitiveness Council last week. It includes knowledge valorization as one of its structural policy. In this new policy agenda, we foresee enhancing the role of intermediaries for valorization, delivering a framework for measuring the valorization, and promoting more efficient use of research results. Then, last but not least, the ERA Act, which is also under preparation and will seek to strengthen the coherence and effectiveness of the European research area, enhancing cooperation across borders and disciplines. I also would like to mention that we are preparing a European strategy on research and technology infrastructures, which should be also adopted this year after summer. And it was not more than 3 weeks ago, again in Warsaw, that we had the chance to meet the stakeholders who expressed their support for the strategy. European competitiveness is indeed significantly strengthened by robust, cutting-edge research and technology infrastructures. Now, I would like to say some words on knowledge valorization in Poland and in Central and Eastern Europe. Poland and the wider Central and Eastern European region have a critical role to play in the innovation transition. We are really witnessing increasing capacity, vibrant entrepreneurship, and strong scientific foundations. The widening component of Horizon Europe has tripled in scale, and we are seeing more applications and more success stories from the region. I honestly am very happy to see initiatives such as Wider Advanced Facility, which helps build institutional capacity and deploy best practices in valorization in the widening countries. These types of tools are essential for bridging the gap between knowledge production and socioeconomic benefit. Yet the challenges remain. We still need to reinforce capacity in knowledge transfer, encourage industry-academia collaboration, and support regional innovation ecosystems. In this light, I encourage you to explore the dedicated sessions on the knowledge valorization codes of practice, as they provide hands-on guidance on how to valorize your research results. In this context, let me also highlight the ongoing public consultation on the codes of practice, which remains open until the 30th of May, and invite you, the practitioners, on how the codes are used and on how they can be complemented to be engaged in this public consultation. Your insights, feedback, and examples from the field are invaluable in shaping the next phase of the European Commission's work in this domain. Now, how can we further enhance socioeconomic and societal impact? At its core, knowledge valorization is about creating value for society. Whether that value is economic, social, environmental, or cultural, the purpose is the same: to ensure that public investment in research and innovation translates into concrete benefits for citizens and for civil society. This requires that we are engaging all actors for the research and innovation ecosystem, since innovation does not happen in isolation. Innovations are often stemming through multi-sectoral approaches, involving collaboration amongst researchers, public authorities, business, investors, citizens, and civil society. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize that knowledge valorization helps in closing the innovation gap. We need to bring together all actors of the Polish innovation ecosystem to achieve this goal, and this is what you're doing today in your national knowledge valorization event. Today's event marks a step forward in building a valorization culture and a system that delivers for people and for our citizens. On behalf of the European Commission, I reiterate our support to Poland's national efforts and our willingness to continue working closely with you in this domain. I thank again the organizers for today's event and wish all of you fruitful discussions and exchanges. Thank you very much for your attention and have a very good and fruitful day.
Thank you very much, Madam Director, for those invaluable remarks which shall shape our discussion for the rest of the day. And now let me invite to the stand Dr. Grzegorz Orawiec, Director of the Innovation Office in the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy.
Thank you very much, dear guests, dear participants. Thank you for the invitation, and just let me say a few words in the name of Mrs. Katarzyna Pełczyńska-Nałęcz, the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy in Poland. I would like to start with this, let's say, reflection that this conference has very good timing, and congratulations that for organizers that decide to organize it just now. Why? In our opinion, from the point of view of Ministry, due to at least 4 aspects. The first, we are in the middle of implementation of our current EU perspective 21-27, and we know that, let's say, definitely main part of this allocation dedicated economy is dedicated to cooperation of science and business and new technologies, innovations, technology transfers. So just now we speed up, just now we try to improve our actions, and every conclusion from this conference is crucial to us to see and observe how it works in practice. Like Mr. Rector said, it's very important that we are here in the University of Warsaw. So we are in the middle of this, what we are supporting and what we want to develop. So firstly, it will be very important to us to see how it works in practice. Secondly, please remember that, let's say, the middle period of implementation means revision of programs, EU programs, modifications, because we now see really dynamic geopolitical changes. We have to redefine our resources, our priorities. We talk a lot about, of course, security, also defense, about more selective approach how to spend this money in current situation. So again, it means that we need more innovations, but really well targeted and optimal targeted versus this current situation. Another point is that please remember, I think that our dear guest from European Commission will express it more, we start intensive preparation for next EU financial perspective, 28-34. Let's say it sounds a little bit hard to imagine this another 7-year perspective, but we have to buy this ticket for the future and discuss how we're gonna to invest this money. Again, I avoid the word to spend, to invest, because as we talk about cooperation of science and economy, business, about valorization, we need to be very selective and choose really the best and most perspective projects. As we start, let's say, with the football language with National League, I hope that now we are in the Premier League, but we need to be in Champions League in this next perspective. And finally, from the point of view of our ministry, Mrs. Katarzyna Pełczyńska-Nałęcz is responsible for preparation of new long-term national development strategy, Poland 2035 plus. So for the next at least 10 years perspective, we just now finalizing this preparation. There will be a draft of document. We open at the moment social consultation, and of course cooperation of science and business will be one of key points of this strategy. So again, we need your input. We would like to hear the most crucial conclusions. So summing up, we know that we need to remember about success factors, about our engines of development, what we concentrate. We concentrate on new technologies in Poland. We want to have this modern economy with these advantages, with technology transfer and innovations. And we are sure there is no development, no progress in the economy without science and without cooperation between science and business. So I hope this event will bring us new important conclusions, and I would like to sum up with the sentence that was said by Ernest Hemingway once upon a time. he said that it's good to remember and never to confuse the moves with the actions. So we have a lot of movements, but we need concrete actions. We need really to agree what we're gonna to implement and what kind of results we expect. So I keep my fingers crossed that today we will get a package of new actions, proposals, concrete and solutions for our inspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this important message. I think it is time now to start our high-level policy debate. The debate shall be led by Professor Piotr Szynkarczyk. Among other functions, Professor Szynkarczyk is also the Vice President of the Chamber for High Technologies, which is coordinating this event. And I believe Professor Szynkarczyk shall introduce now the participants of the panel. So let's start.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege to be moderator of this debate. The title is How to Transform Research Outcomes into Sustainable Solutions and Strategies that Have a Lasting Positive Effect on the Economy and Society. So this is the question we will try to answer on different policy makers levels, from the policy makers of the EU level up to the companies which are trying to put into the practice. So I will read the short bios of our distinguished guests, our panelists. The first one is Ioannis Sagias, Deputy Head of Unit E2, Valorization Policies and the IPR DG Research and Innovation, European Commission. Mr. Ioannis Sagias is the Deputy Head of the unit responsible for the valorization policies and intellectual assets management in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. He joined the European Commission 17 years ago, and he worked in various posts as scientific and policy officer and team leader in the fields of information society, informatics, public sector modernization, and research and innovation. He holds a Master of Engineering in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the National Technical University of Athens. He also holds an MBA from the same university. Before joining the EC, he worked for many years in the private sector as a project manager and project leader in the informatics domain. So, Mr. Ioannis Sagias, please take your seat. And the next panelist is Mr. Grzegorz Orawiec. You have seen him seconds ago, Director of the Department of Innovation and Development Support Programs, Minister of Development Funds and Regional Policy, Republic of Poland. For over 20 years, Grzegorz Orawiec has been involved in strategic management, regional policy, and the implementation of projects coordinated by EU funds in various public and private sector institutions in Poland at the government and local government level. In the years 2012 and 2019, he was the director of the Regional Policy Department at the Marshal's Office of the Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship. From 2004 to 2022, he cooperated with the European Commission as the expert under the TAIEX program, giving lectures and workshops on regional policy, EU funds and strategic management in the Balkans, Caucasus and North Africa. From 2022 to 2024, he worked as the Director General for the Regional and Urban Policy at the European Commission in Brussels. Currently, he heads the Department of Innovation and Development Support Programs in the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. So, Mr. Orawiec, please take your seat. The next panelist is Mrs. Magdalena Kołodziejska, Deputy Director of the National Center for Research and Development, manager with over 20 years of experience in strategic financial management of large capital groups, as well as innovative projects and green transformation. She gained her professional experience in the broadly defined energy sector. She was responsible, among others, for the creation and implementation of strategies, restructuring corporate governance, obtaining and accounting for EU subsidies and fundraising. She has focused her professional career mainly on financial and strategic issues. She was previously associated with the Polish Biogas Group, where she led the group's exit from the PFR fund and the group's acquisition by Total Energies company, together with the post-acquisition integration process and participation in the development of the financial and investment strategy in Poland until 2030 for Total Energies. In addition, she is a former member of the supervisory board of DSX Innovation and a member of the management board in the wydawnictwo naukowe PWN Capital Group. She is a graduate of the SGH Warsaw School of Economics in Warsaw with a degree of finance and banking master's degree, and in EU studies, which were postgraduate studies. On 12 November 2024, she was appointed by the second deputy director in the National Center for Research and Development for a 4-year term. So Ms. Kołodziejska, you are invited to the board. And Professor Krzysztof Pyrć, president-elect of the Foundation for Polish Science. He specialized in virology. In 2003, he graduated from the Jagiellonian University with a degree in molecular biology. In 2007, he obtained a PhD degree in medical sciences at the University of Amsterdam. Since 2019, he has been a professor of biological sciences. He also has a degree in management, Master of Business Administration MBA, Krakow University of Economics. He is the founder and head of the laboratory in virology at the Małopolska Center of Biology of the Jagiellonian University and the Viral Genetics Research Group. Professor Pyrć is the author of over 140 scientific publications. He performs advisory functions at the level of the European Commission and the Ministry of Health, and in the past he was involved in advisory bodies for local governments, the Ministry of Science, the Prime Minister, and the President of the Republic of Poland. He is a member of the American Society for Virology, the European Society for Virology, the Association of Political Scholarship Holders, Polish Society of Virology, and the Polish Society of Cell Biology. Since 2021, he has been at the top of the list of the most influential people in Polish medicine by Puls Medycyny. So you are invited also here. And the last but not least, Professor Dorota Anna Pawlak, President Ensemble 3, Center of Excellence for Nanophotonics, Advanced Materials and Novel Crystal Growth-Based Technologies. She has a PhD, Doctor of Science degree, University of Warsaw in chemistry. She is a president of the Ensemble 3 Center of Excellence on Nanophotonics, Advanced Materials and the Novel Crystal Growth Technologies, which she started with her team. The center is founded from the Teaming of Excellence, Age 2020, International Research Agenda programs, which Professor Pawlak coordinates. She was the coordinator of the first Polish and all-new member state coordinated project in the field of nanomaterials within the 7th primary program of the European Union. It was year 2008 to 2012. She is known for combining crystal growth methods with the modern material concepts in photonics, such as metamaterials or plasmonics. This is not my field, sorry. President of the Polish Society for Crystal Growth and starting second term presidency in the Atom 2025. She represents Ensemble 3 in the EU Technology Council for Advanced Materials as one only 7th EU research organization. She is a member of the directional board of Metamorphose Virtual Institute for Artificial Electromagnetics Materials and Metamaterials, Metamorphose, from 2007 up to now. And she is a member of the directors board at the Association National Committee of Coordinators of EU Projects. So please come here. Okay, so as you can see, we have the real professionalists with a long lasting experience, so the 17 to 12 or more years. So I think the discussion could be fruitful and very interesting. So we'll try to answer the question, how to transform research outcomes into sustainable solutions and strategies that have a lasting positive effect in the economy and society. So we have time about less than 1 hour. Probably we will not discuss everything, but we'll try. So the concept for this discussion is the following. I prepared 2 subjects, implementation policy and examples. This is the first subject we'll discuss. And then also, if we have a time, plan to strengthen efficiency of valorization. In the meantime, also prepared some individual questions to our panelists. And I will ask questions to our panelists. The first one is the Ioannis Sagias. So my first question is, how is the European Commission supporting member states in bridging the gap between research outcomes and the real-world economics or social impact? So are there any comments from you on this?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, now it is. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Szynkarczyk. I hope I pronounce your name well.
I know very difficult Polish name.
So thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation. It's been a pleasure, combined also with yesterday's event and today for the Knowledge Valorisation Polish National Day on that. The question about how Commission is helping the member states and to close the innovation gap and valorize more. Allow me just to make a small historic review and also give the definition of knowledge valorization. So for us, knowledge valorization is making value from the research and innovation investment, and this value can be returned back to society and economy. So anything that helps in this direction can be called valorization, and valorization can take different types, as we have already declared in our definition back in 2022. It can be knowledge transfer, it can be technology transfer, industry-academia collaborations, it can be standardization activities, it can be engaging with civil society and the citizens, it can be also engaging with policymakers. So any way that we can use the research outcomes and outputs and results in order to make something more than what we have included in our project plans, that is valorization. So that's the definition. And why we came up with a definition is because we realized that we started from FP7 already, and most people here understand that dissemination exploitation in the project was not something that we demanded. Then it was something that came a bit more prominent into what Commission wanted from every project, but it was not enough because it was sporadic and it was individual. So every project had a plan, but these plans very rarely actually realized, and they were not even collaborating with other projects in order to make something bigger in a form of a portfolio or a cluster. So we intensified these efforts in Horizon 2020 and be a bit more specific about what we want the projects to do, what we want the research results to produce for society and economy. But still, you have to remember that all of these framework programs, they were not calling for money or results in the market, they were calling for scientific excellence. And scientific excellence remains the number one. We just realized, especially also during the financial crisis, that the scientific excellence can also turn into market excellence. And this is exactly what we try to do with Horizon 2020, and I think much better with Horizon Europe, where specific elements came into place for the projects to realize the results ownership list, making them think about their intellectual assets, their intellectual property as early as possible, have strategy about what they want to do with the results. This came together with a concrete action from the Commission and the Member States to define knowledge valorization, and together in 21 we had Council recommendations, and this is something that we did in order to help at least have a common understanding in the Union about what knowledge valorization is and how we can achieve it. And based on that, we delivered 4 codes of practice, 4 guidance documents that we have the chance to discuss 2 of them later today, about how you can valorize the knowledge. And this was about intellectual asset management, standardization, industry academia co-creation, and engaging with citizens. These are what Commission did in order to help closing this gap. At the same time, combine these with the efforts under Horizon Europe, and also have defined instruments, which I'm very happy to see representatives of all these efforts and big service contracts that we have, like the booster, like the IP help desk, like the SME fund also, that help beneficiaries do something more and receive the advisory that they want in order to do more with the results. The idea is also to know these results. And I was really astonished yesterday with excellent results coming from the policy ecosystem. Listening also to the CVs of my co-panelists, I realized that you have a long-lasting experience in nurturing these kind of results. And I will be very, very eager to listen the path of these results and see indeed if what we provided as Commission makes sense and what we need to do in the next period. I hope I didn't take much of the time.
Yeah, of course. But to all of you, I will have the, I hope, polite question. Have you seen that working? So, unofficially, the question is, can you share successful examples where EU valorization policies have led to scalable, sustainable innovations? So, are there any practical examples you can give?
Right. It is a difficult question because
Yes, I know this is difficult.
It's a difficult question because we come from the policy side. What we can say, because we are not the ones implementing the projects themselves. So we really trust that, and trust is an important element that was raised yesterday also in the event, is an important element there that we believe that the beneficiaries deliver what they say. What we do have is the success stories of Horizon, which I think that's quite known to everybody. But from our side, especially on our policies, we have the knowledge valorization platform. We have best practices all over Europe in the platform that demonstrate how valorization takes place and how these policies help them do. So tangibly, you will go there and you can find more than 140 best practices, some of them coming from Poland. One that comes out of my mind now is the REACH 2020, which is an initiative of a project that created standards for healthcare for elderly people. So it is not my project, so I cannot take pride of that, but it's a project that successfully demonstrated that standardization is a way to valorize knowledge.
Okay, that's very nice to hear that there are some really good examples and that you also are informed about successes of your policies. So I have the next question to Mr. Grzegorz Orawiec, the similar question but on our ministry level. So the question is, how do national innovation support programs in Poland ensure the sustainability of outcomes from policy-funded research?
Thank you very much for this question. It's good, at the same time, in my opinion, tricky question, because it's asking about national innovation support programs and how to define national. In practice, there are EU-founded programs that are implemented at national level. Yes, there is the main source, let's say, like program FENC, so European Funds for Modern Economy that we have now in this perspective, with the allocation above 10 billion euro. Of course, we can put a question here at the university. I think it's good to put many open questions. It's much or not 10 billion euro, yes? On one hand, somebody say it's a lot of money. On the other hand, it's a drop in the ocean, in the sea of Polish economy. So we have to be really effective and very result-oriented in investing this money. And when we analyze this, because in the program we have many actions, tools for this support of valorization and development of new activities. Let me just only, let's say, listed them, like projects Science for Business that are implemented now by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And in this project, we concentrate on the increase of effectiveness of activities and daily operation of technology transfer centers and special purpose vehicles. And we really would like to improve this system because we built them in Poland for many years. And still we can put the question what we are missing in this system of technology transfer centers that operate generally in the structure of universities. We have, of course, prime project addressed to startups and to help them to grow up in science and business-oriented projects. We have international research agendas that concentrate on, as Yanis said, this scientific excellence and going at the international level. We have first team to help researchers to build these teams and implement new activities addressed to economy, and TeamNet when we concentrate on selected sectors like health, environment, industry 4.0, etc., etc. And I can list them, but again, we have this, at that moment, if I may say like this question mark about definition of success, definition of effectiveness, how we measure them, because let's be open, on the other hand, we are coming for this conclusion for many years that Poland is rather at the low positions of innovation scoreboards,
Very low
rankings, yes. So what does not work? Or how we maybe miss some definition of what we're going to achieve. So my conclusion about this, that's why our ministry, the name is Minister of Funds, not Minister of EU funds, but Minister of Funds, that we should put a few questions about combining resources, EU, but with national, with public, with also private capital. I think we should more concentrate on this, how we define investment of EU funds and effectiveness. Of course, on the other hand, we know that always research innovation is strongly linked with risk. It's highly risk projects. But again, how to define success. And then we can look at this as the complex system. So in our opinion, we have good examples, we have success stories, but also we have to redefine this system and prepare for better implementation of these funds. When we look forward to challenges that we have at the horizon or beyond the horizon for Poland and for this part of Europe. So we hope that we improve this excellence, as Yanis said, between scientific and market excellence, because this is, I think, missing point for us to go forward with our ambitions.
Okay, so the question common to everybody, can you share with us any success story that your policies led into the real application? Okay, if not, we'll move forward. Maybe there will be something you will recall. And I have then question to Ms. Magdalena Kołodziejska. So this is National Center for Research and Development. For not Polish guests, we have two found centers. One is National Center for Research and Development, and the other is Foundation for Polish Science. The first one is rather closer to the applications. The second one is more fundamental research. So now Ms. Magdalena Kołodziejska, Deputy Director of the National Center for Research and Development. So what mechanism does the NCBR, this is the Polish name of this center, use to evaluate whether funded projects generate sustainable economics and social value?
Thank you for that question. I will also provide some examples in further my speech. First of all, I would like to say a few words about National Center for Research and Development. We are a funding agency and acting, we are the largest, I would say, funding agency, established 18 years ago. From that time, we have financed 20 billion euro projects for R&D and innovation implementation. This is really huge amount, and I think very high responsibility, especially in context of sustainable economic and social value of these projects. So, what mechanism we use to find the best solution which will find the implementation in our economy? In my opinion, the most crucial thing, these are experts, because their knowledge of the current solutions are the value which we use to evaluate the projects. So all the evaluation which we do in each project, we use their expertise knowledge. So what to do to generate this sustainable economic? So first, we try to combine both, to be experts in innovation implementation, and try to connect two words, I mean academia and also business. Try to, for example, prepare some info days, some conferences where we try to combine these two words. Then we think about how to as I said, we cooperate with experts, and this is continuous process also with acquiring a new contract with them. And what mechanism we use when we evaluate our projects? So first of all, this is ex-ante evaluation, very integrated project evaluation based on both qualitative and quantitative data. This system covers all phases of the project life cycle, from selection and implementation to sustainability monitoring and impact assessment. We includes in our evaluation assessment of horizontal criteria. This is very important if you think about social values. For example, this is equal opportunities, non-discrimination, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and gender equality. Also, we consider another horizontal principle, which is sustainable development. So all these criteria have to be met when we evaluate projects. We also introduced two-step evaluation of application to make sure that we find the best possible solution with long-term positive socio-economic impact. Then after we choose the project, we do the monitoring and reporting during the project implementation, and then we do the exposed evaluation during the sustainability period. I will share some examples, as you asked.
Yeah, that would be useful.
As I said at the beginning, we have finance already. We spent on R&D projects 20 billion euro. It's a lot, so it was difficult for me to find from so many projects something interesting for you. So I find out some last projects. Sorry. Okay, first, Snarto it's an excellent example in the field of transport logistics. This project was to create an advanced real-time vehicle fleet management system. It's transport road optimization addressing the problem of inefficient resource use in the transport industry. And it was, we spent on the R&D project 2 million zlotys, and I think the most excellent idea of this project is reducing carbon dioxide emission, and it was implemented already in few companies like Omega Pilsno. They use it in 700 vehicles already. Also in Zachs, almost 500 vehicles, and Mazury Trans, almost 100 vehicles. Another excellent example is Mobidic project. It's innovative tool for automatic user experience with AI solution. The goal is to develop which allows e-commerce entrepreneurs to precisely assess the usability of their platforms and identify areas requiring optimization, which directly translates into improved business performance. Mobidic received 2 million zlotys from NCBR funds. Also, it was implemented successfully in the business. Another interesting project is Drone Hub. The project which we finance produces a docking station for drones and is currently valued at several $1 million. So if you think about also the commercialization, the real one, this is the good example. Yeah, and we've got some other projects and also some few examples which I think will be present later on, because also we gave some grants to PIAP Institute Łukasiewicz. So I don't know whether we will see some examples of that, but as we talk, maybe we will see some projects
which were
financed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is something which makes us more optimistic that they there are some good examples, especially in Poland. So now we'll move to the more fundamental research foundation. This is the Foundation for Polish Science, represented by Professor Krzysztof Pyrcz. So my question is, what is the Foundation for Polish Science doing to support the social relevance and impact of scientific excellence?
Okay, thank you. That's good. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for being here. Let me start from a bit different angle. If you look at Poland, you can... There's something wrong with the sound, right? Further.
Less wind.
Now it should be better. If you look at Poland, you can see that during the last 30 years, it transformed incredibly. From a country that was a bankrupt beginning of 90s, it transformed into highly developed country, which is now entering the G20, largest economies of the world. And at the same time, if you look at the European Innovation Scoreboard, you can see that it's at the very bottom. And one can ask a question, what is happening? Why that is happening? So if you would look at the development of every country in terms of innovation, you can see that there are always three phases. First phase is investment in innovation, investment in infrastructure, investment in people. Second phase is actually diffusion of innovation. So we take things that are already there, or we import things that are already there from other countries, from other hubs, and then we start to develop it, incrementally improve it, and start producing it on site. And then the third step is actually the step when we start to produce our own innovation. And then the difficult part is that to produce own innovation, you have to start with the fundamental research. And it usually, I'm not saying every time and always, but usually it starts at the university. So if you look at Poland and all the analyses that are available, you can see that Poland got stuck at phase number 2. So we are excellent, we are truly excellent at diffusing the innovation and increasing the value of innovations, at incremental development of innovations and building up. And we have pretty low risk and high return system that is actually driving our economy right now. But if you look at the transfer of the new innovations, creations of truly breakthrough technologies, of the blue ocean technologies, you can see that this is not working very well. And actually, that's the place where we as Foundation for Polish Science are trying to act. To just briefly describe, Foundation for Polish Science was created 35 years ago, beginning of 90s. It was created by the state, but currently is the independent unit. And through all these years, Foundation was trying to shape Polish science, Polish scientific world, to excel and to actually get closer to the society, to the commercial sector. And we did it by investing money in people, investing money in talent development, and also investing money in programs that are leading to development of new breakthrough technologies. We do that in two ways. First, we have our own capital that serves us to support people, support grants, support stipends, support awards, and to support smaller projects. And second, we do operate a part of the structural funds thanks to the ministry represented by Director Orawiec. And he already have mentioned great projects we are able to carry out thanks to the ministry, PRIME, International Research Agendas, First Team, and TeamNet. So the projects that are actually targeted to support certain routes of technology development. So we are trying actually to support not the development of the companies, not the development of the economy at the private capital stage, but earlier to deliver, to align actually the academic world to the needs of the society, to the needs of the commercial sector. And as others, I will give you an example how it works, because I think it's a beautiful example of a company called Scope Fluidics. Actually, that's not the main character here. The main character is Professor Piotr Gastecki, who is the owner and the creator of this company. So Professor Piotr Gastecki was noticed by the foundation already, I think almost 20 years ago, when foundation funded his travel to US, to Harvard, to learn about microfluidics. He's a physician, physics professor, not a physician. So he went there, and then the foundation learned about microfluidics, learned about the newest cutting-edge technologies, and then the foundation supported his return to Poland. And that was done at a very fundamental level, so it was funded by the private capital of the foundation. But later on, Professor Piotr Garstecki decided he wants to go with the knowledge he got into the commercial side, and he funded 15 years ago a company called Scope Fluidics. And the foundation again supported, this time from the funds from the structural funds, supported development of the technologies he thought of, technologies that are based on hardcore physics, technologies that are based on hardcore fundamental science. And he developed a system it's called PCR1. The company was called Curiosity Diagnostic, a company that was based on fundamental science, but developed a system that allows you to make diagnostics in a cheaper and faster way using microfluidics. So instead of going to a doctor and testing in 15 different tubes, different analytes, you're just going there, and then in one tube you add your sample, patient sample, and you get 16 different results. So it amazingly increases the ability to diagnose, decreasing the cost and increasing the speed. So it's transforming more or less the field of diagnostic. And you may say, well, is it a big deal? Well, it was one of the largest transactions because he sold in 2022 this part of the technology to Bayer at one of the largest players on the market, and now it's being implemented on the world scale. So it's a gigantic success of the fundamental science being translated. And then it's not over, because he didn't sell his Scope Fluidics company. He started to create new ideas, and in 2017, foundation supported, within the TeamTech project, supported development of a new entity, of the new concept. At this time it was just a concept called bacteromics, so how to assess the antibiotic resistance in bacteria, also in a faster, cheaper, and more effective way. How important is the problem of the antibiotic resistance in current world? I think most of us are aware that's one of the major threats, and a lot of people actually already die because of that. And then he transformed this concept again into the commercial sector, and now the bacteromics is one of the top companies in the field that they are already developing, and probably they will let it go at some point to also develop it in the world scale. So I just wanted to give you this example to show you where foundation wants to act. We don't act actually at the level of the company which is developing something. We want to actually align the academia and the development of modern technologies of academia that they actually are able to reach the market, that they are able to be supported, for instance, for the NCBR. So that's more or less the concept we operate on. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. This was a brilliant example. And so I will tell you what is my understanding of structure of our panelists. We have Mr. Ioannis Sagias, Mr. Grzegorz Orawiec, which are policy makers. They are on the top of the all procedures we are talking about. They are making the rules, how it works. Then we have Ms. Kołodziejska and Mr. Pyrć, who are the ones who are implementing into the practice. And then we have Professor Dorota Pawlak with the Ensemble 3, Center of Excellence for Nanophotonics, Advanced Materials, and the Novel Crystal Growth-Based Technologies, which is the one who is taking this money and turning this into the practice. So this is how I understand how our panel works. So to Professor Pawlak, I have a question for you. What are the main challenges you face in translating high-tech research into the market-ready or policy-relevant innovations?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I start from explaining a little bit who we are. So actually, we are an institution which involves almost everyone here. We are a result of an experiment and will of European Union and European Commission to increase the research and innovation performance in low-performing countries in so-called widening participation action by creating centers of excellence, new centers of excellence, or upgrading existing ones, and in partnership with advanced institutions, like worldwide known institutions. So the whole idea is to create institutions, like disruptive, let's say, institutions which will learn, which will gain the excellence in creating research, in organizational culture, or in technology transfer from these advanced institutions. And also, I would like some help from the audience in this moment to say why we are important. So I would like to ask who has a mobile phone or laptop in the room? Please raise your hand. Okay, so it looks like everyone has it. So if you have any kind of optoelectronic device, it means you have a piece of crystal. Usually it's a piece of silicon crystal, but for example, in mobile phone, there is gallium arsenide and probably maybe some other crystals. And so I will start this question still with the historical example. So the most widely known and used crystal growth method is a method developed by Professor Jan Czochralski at the beginning of previous century. And this is the example of translating high-tech research into the market, because now this method is used worldwide, and you have the crystals in your devices. So we are an institution which make crystals and which also utilizes crystal growth methods to novel material concepts. So not only in electronics, which developed thanks to the crystal growth in the previous century, but also to photonics. And we kind of have 3 steps, but I forgot to mention that. Our institution is funded by the European Commission, by the Foundation of Polish Science, and by the Ministry of Higher Education and Research and Higher Education. And of course, we have some projects from NCBR too. And so we act like Professor Pyrć said. We actually have 3 steps in our research. So our first step is this basic research, so very novel research. Our second step is the innovation. So we take the results of our research and we try to make products with collaboration with usually with companies. And our third step is actually we have a commercial activity. So we sell the crystals for which we developed already the technology. And today I would like, the question is about the challenges, so I would like to tell in this moment just about this third challenge, because with this 2 first steps we are for the moment working okay. The first step is making problems to us. And what are the problems? Of course, to grow crystals and to sell them, there are a lot of technical issues, like the quality and the access to raw materials, which is now very important, or very expensive consumable materials. But this what stops us or delays us is the policies, I think. So first of all, if we apply for a project as a company, so if we want to implement the technology, we need to apply as a company. And applying as a company, we need to have our own contribution. And And we are a young institution, so we don't have yet a source of our own funding, while borrowing the money or having investors seems a little bit dangerous at this step. Next one is the definition of the large company. So unfortunately, because our institution is owned by Łukasiewicz Institute of Electronic Materials, this is fortunate, of course, but of one public institution, Łukasiewicz Institute for Microelectronics and Photonics, then we are considered as a large company. And this is something what stops us in applying, for which we cannot apply for projects for SMEs. And so, though we are not a large company on its own. Another problem is now, due to the geopolitical situation, there is a lot of companies, not only in Europe, but also United States, Japan, who come to us and would like crystals from us. And we really would like to, and we work on that, and to really make a large-scale production of some of these crystals. But some of these crystals, most of crystals, well, not all, but most of crystals you can buy in China, or before you could buy in Russia, and everybody now wants to buy them in Europe, because, as they say, the crystals from China, you never know when you are going to get them. You don't know if you get them. You don't know what will be the quality, because the quality varies. And you don't know if China will not stop it completely, like they stopped selling gallium or antimony or germanium. So we really aim to create a company producing crystals. But there is the danger. What happens if suddenly the geopolitical situation changes and everybody will again buy from China? So I think there are many companies like this in Europe, and I think European Union should think about that, how to avoid this situation. We just heard recently that a big company producing batteries in Sweden will be closed because Scania decided to buy the batteries from China. So I think European Union should, I don't know, create EU supply chains, combining the companies, the European companies together, so to protect the European industry. Also, until now, there was there was understanding on the side of European companies, but not yet on the Europe or Poland. But it is now changing. That we need to invest in technologies which exist in China or existed in Russia, but didn't exist in Europe. And we have examples of such technologies which we don't have, but a lot of companies come to us and says, please, can you make this crystal, because we really need it. And if China stops, we stop our companies. And up to now, it was not possible to apply. We tried to apply the funding to NCBR, but we got rejected because it was not enough innovative. But now, thanks to the STEP program, we hope this improves. So there are many other examples of challenges we have, but maybe I will go to the examples of. I understand I have the second question, like everyone, of the success stories, and or maybe I should stop and allow to. I'm sorry.
Okay, but this what you said was very important. I suppose that policy makers have heard you. So this is about technological independence of Europe, and maybe some policy concerning critical technologies that we have to especially take care of. So I think this was very important what was said today. Okay, so now we'll move to, I think we have 10 minutes, so it was not much time. individual questions to our experts. So the first question to Mr. Sagias. What role do intellectual property rights play in ensuring long-term sustainability and uptake of research results across sectors?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, there are so many things that I've heard now. I mean, I don't want to take the time. I'll try to be very short, but I remember 2 or 3 more examples that you would like to know also from the policy level, not only from the project level. And this is the changing of the national law in Spain on knowledge valorization, the same now in Italy, and in Czech Republic using knowledge valorization as one of the criteria for evaluating their projects in their national institutions. So these are just 3 also examples that valorization takes place also at policy level.
Okay.
Now about IP, I think that the idea of intellectual property that we need to protect in our projects and take care of our results, allow me to say that until now in our projects we were acting a bit more naively, in the sense that we like to do the projects, we like our results, but when it comes the question, okay, do I need to protect it? No, I don't need to protect it. And then we go in international cooperations and we realize that what we have developed somehow exists or is already patented in another parts of the world, and particularly in the East. So it is very much important to think about your intellectual assets, not only what can be protected, but everything that can be produced by the project, because these are all investment, your own investment, from a simple know-how, a demonstrator, up to a patent or a trademark or a trade secret, as early as possible. Have a strategy and also define who from the project can take this intellectual property further. And it is important to realize that when you have an IP, when you have something protected, if you have a patent, then your survival rate in the market increases. If you have a trademark and a patent, then that increases even more, and access to finance can be supported heavily by having intangibles like patents and trademarks. So it's very important to have intellectual assets, also protected assets, that we can use not only to make the pathway to market, but also access to finance. And that is also very important for the scaling up, as we heard already from the other panelists.
Okay, thank you. So question to Mr. Orawiec. What strategies are at the moment in place to align research funding with the long-term social and economic needs at the regional level in Poland, and probably is somehow Poland specific as a region?
Yes, thank you for this question. As I mentioned before, in the ministry we just finalized our preparation for medium-term national development strategy. As I said, Poland 2035. In this strategy we try to define, firstly to be sure about diagnosis, and then to define potential solutions and tools for this strengthening and supporting cooperation of science and business, and commercialization and valorization. And of course we are aware of some barriers, very briefly. Still we observe some systemic barriers for this starting business side at the universities. For startups, spin-offs, maybe we need still somehow solutions, incentives, motivators for this to be demand-driven approach. Secondly, we talk about financial gaps, what Professor Pawlak mentioned, and we also look at the system if and where we have the gaps for this. I mean, to ensure this financing, because we talk about EU funds, as I mentioned before, we talk about national, about public funds, and of course we need private capital to be more engaged, like InvestEU or the programs at the EU level. I said this because when I keep in mind, for instance, venture capital market and venture capital funds, when they are interested in the supporting the best ideas, projects and startups, but mainly in Poland we see they operate on EU funds. When we have the breaks between the perspective, they stopped or they reduce activities. So somehow we look at this as the whole system. And just let me say two last points, that for sure we need more selective investment approach to concentrate on more about these sectors of future, about these main, with the highest added value sectors now. That's why we decide to implement STEP European approach and this proposal of STEP for 3 main sectors. But finally, for sure, we need more two things, and I would like to stress it. We need definitely more simplification and deregulation, both at the national and EU level. Of course, at the national level, the ball is on our field, but at the EU level, we all know, but all this, let's say, regulation about large enterprises, as it was already mentioned, about public procurement side, or maybe the most heavy state aid rules, I think that we need more reflection about this. When we have some proposals in the ministry, they come investors that said, okay, we are ready to invest in biotechnology, in new plants, in new investment. But we need to be at the biggest markets with the best staff. So we need to be in Warsaw, we need to be in Poznań, Gdańsk. But where is the lowest state aid support? At these cities, according to EU rules. So it's not attractive to them to go there. In my opinion, we should be more flexible about this. We know the goals in the past about these schemes, but now it's totally different reality. And finally, about this policy and strategy. That's why we need to be sure from the European and Polish side that we take care about our interests in this geopolitical situation. So exactly concentrate on critical sectors and be consequent about this support, not to change it in short term. So this is our perspective. I hope that some of them we address in this medium term national development strategy, and the programs will stay as the tools for implementation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I represent an institution which is making research and development and putting them into the market. And what I said is what I'd expected to hear. So I really hope that you will succeed with your plans. So this is a good plan from my perspective, and I hope not only mine. So the next question to Ms. Kołodziejska. What are the most significant barriers in commercializing research in Poland, and how is NCBR addressing them?
Thank you. I expected actually this question after hearing what Grzegorz just said. Because in my opinion, the greatest barrier is documentation, administration process connected with applications. So NCBR is acting under the ministry and regulations, both connected with EU funds and also with the Polish funds. So we are only one actor on this ecosystem. So whatever clear idea how to simplificate and deregulate all those rules will be really needed for us to act in a more efficient way, and actually the real goal is to implement do the commercialization of the research. So how to do it in a more efficient and simple way. So what we can do as National Center of Research and Development. I said at the beginning that we are trying to match those different societies, I mean the academia and the business. So we have to eliminate the barriers which are actually, we see it. So we are trying to propose our calls dedicated to consortia, to improve the cooperation between those two societies. And actually, Yanis also said about the IP rights. I think it's a huge problem in Poland, especially if you think about the implementation of research works, because in Poland, I think it's not so common to think about the IP rights when you think about innovation implementation. So we should put, I would say, more information, more focus on the knowledge about the IP rights and how to protect the values which we it's okay, it's not an easy process to get the funds first, and then we should protect all these values which we already invented. So if we think about security and independence of EU economy. So that's my real aim.
Thank you
for
very
the
much.
future.
We are 1 minute past our time, but I think I must ask also Professor Pyrć, are there plans to promote interdisciplinary research as a pathway to more integrated and sustainable solutions? And how far results of this research is or should be from implementation in case of the Foundation of Polish Science Foundation?
Thank you for this question. Again, some problems with the audio. Now it's better. Okay. So, as a scientist, I would say that transdisciplinary research is actually the place where good ideas are being born. We do science at pretty good level, I believe. But the important things that we have discovered, the ones that actually reach Nature or other good journals, the ones that actually are reaching market right now, were not in the field of molecular biology and virology, but were in between, on this interface between chemistry, between biology, physics, and many other sciences. And then transferring it into what Foundation is doing, I would say that Foundation for Polish Science is already supporting this interdisciplinary research for years. The example I have given you, the Scope Fluidics company and Professor Garstecki career, it's a story of working on the interface between disciplines. Physics, molecular biology, medicine, chemistry. And it is only there when we actually move from this comfort zone that we discover something that is new and can be useful. So yes, Foundation for Polish Science is already for years supporting interdisciplinary research. I think that's the only way to actually build something new and move some borders a bit further. But I would truly, that's something that I would like to do, is actually to move a bit more into the society, to be able to merge STEM projects with more humanistics, more social sciences. You may say that this is not realistic. Well, I as a scientist, then again, I took part in such projects where guys from economy, from management, from completely other fields, and also social sciences were joining the research. And of course, they are not producing monetized value, but actually what they produce, actually they give us a perspective on our research, how it may be used by the society, and how it can actually get closer to the needs of the society, not only the commercial sector. So I would say that's something that is a challenge and will be a challenge. EU already have implemented this kind of solutions in the past, and I would dream to move a bit even further with Foundation to become even more transdisciplinary and closer to the society. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the things you have to take care in business is making things on time. So I think we will stop our standard procedure of questions. So my last question is there anything you really want to tell us? Is there anyone who wants to take a Okay, so
Okay, so maybe I can just add, continuing to this what was said by Professor Pyrć, that indeed we everything what we do is like trying to be on the on the edge in between, on the interface between different disciplines. And additionally, we were created as a company, and from that time, we strongly started to get involved in different kinds of consortia of companies, like, for example, European Photonics Industry Consortium, Photonics 21, or even Polish technological platform on photonics. And this causes that this what we do, that not only we go to the companies, but actually the companies come to us. So they notice what we do and they come, okay, you have this material and you showed that, can we work on this together? And this is the most nice thing we experience. So it's extremely important to be interdisciplinary, to take part in all kinds of consortia and international projects, etc. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. So before I end, I have a question to organizers. Now I have to announce 10 minutes break, coffee break, or 5 minutes? 25 minutes, okay, so it's longer than I expected. So thank you very much, panelists. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. I hope for your audience it was also interesting. So let's a round of applause for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we are back to this room in 25 minutes, so at 12 sharp. Thank you.
session will be moderated by Florin Zubascu, the editor of the Science Business Journal, online journal. And Florin is going to introduce the members of the speakers of the session. So let's start.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Florin Zubascu. I am executive editor at Science Business, which is a news company based in Brussels. We have been covering research innovation policy in Europe and a bit abroad as well for the past 21 years, almost 22 now. So it's my great pleasure to be here today with you and moderate this session on knowledge valorization in Poland. I would like to start by inviting our panelists here on stage, and then they will have very short presentations, each of them, after which we're going to move to a panel discussion. Please join me on stage. Marek Masalski from the Technology and Knowledge Transfer Center at the University of Warsaw. Marcelina Firkowska, head of the academic entrepreneurship team at the Foundation for Polish Science. Alessia Melasecche from the Meta Group, which is a consulting, innovation consulting company. And then Katarzyna Walczyk-Matuszyk from the Institute of Fundamental Technological Research at the Polish Academy of Sciences. So, thank you all for joining us today. So I suggest we go straight to the presentations, your presentations, because you're going to talk about the projects you're involved in, which are projects related to knowledge valorization. So we're going to try to understand a bit how different initiatives in this area are working. So without further ado, Marek, you're going to go first.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Florin. Can we start with this, my short brief presentation, please? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning, please forgive my voice is not at its best today, but we'll get by with it. Anyway, I am really proud that I have a chance to present taking part in the program of incubator by University of Warsaw. In fact, from the perspective of the Technology Transfer Office, is the most valuable and most important program that we ever have taken part in the past. And I will tell you why in a minute. First of all, it bridges two completely different environments. One environment of scientists and researchers, and the second one, the environment of the business. In Poland especially, there is a huge gap between one and the second environment. And this program enhances and in fact is a kind of incentive for researchers to put as far as possible the research leveraging the technology readiness level. In fact, University of Warsaw has a long story with incubator program. We started taking part in the program from 2017, and always we have taken part in 3 programs so far, and in all of the programs we were always leaders. Also, and what is worth to emphasize is that we always work in consortia. We have in consortium with our special purpose vehicle and other academias. In this year, what I want to emphasize is that we are also a leader in the consortium, and in fact, we are the highest ranked position among 27 consortia in Poland, which, because of what I am really proud of. Why this program is so important for us? I want to say about only one thing. It mitigates the gap, the phenomenon that we call the valley of the deaf. Probably you know this phenomenon in the technology transfer landscape, but here in Poland we need tools that support us to push technology at the early start, beginning level to the business. And here you can see the list of university spin-offs that were set only because we were taking part in incubator programs so far. In fact, University of Warsaw is a leader in Poland as regards in the terms of establishing spin-off companies. We already have 32 spin-offs. What I would like to say is about one, especially one of them. It's ExploRNA Therapeutics. It's a spin-off that was found after setting up, of course, founded by the richest Pole in Poland, Michał Sołowow. And this is the spin-off which develops RNA technologies and was granted by foundation of Belinda and Bill Gates. So we are very proud of this one. And of course, I believe that attending to the next edition, to the next program, Science for Business, the output will be at least same, and we have also other unicorns in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Marek. Marcelina, please, your turn now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. And it's my great pleasure to have that short presentation in contrast to really long history of Foundation for Polish Science supporting researchers and scientific ecosystem. So supporting what Professor Krzysztof Pyrć just mentioned beautifully about our mission and our role in that ecosystem, we've been existing since 1992 with different mission but the same vision to support the best so they can become even better. And what we understood as excellent and as the best changes over a time. In the past, being the best meant to be the fantastic researcher creating the highest quality research data. And right now, it's shifting towards being aware of the social problems, about the social impact of the science, and about the importance to reshape research data into real market products. So, long story short, since the creation of the foundation, we understood that it's really important to be present in the research ecosystem to recognize really early the impact of the research in individuals and supporting these individuals while granting scholarships, awards, and grants for creating, for example, first research teams. We used our private funds, but we also very heavily used EU funds to create and lead programs designed to select the best researchers and to attract them to Poland to create the new quality. And between 2007 and 2022, we led numerous programs, and among many of them, we selected some pieces of information and some pieces of experiences created by the foundation and by our researchers to use these data and this information, those experiences, into creating the new funding scheme, shifting us towards the problem-driven science, and not only the basic research, because we identified the need to understanding the need of translational research. So we created PRIME project based on our experience, based on the feedback from the market. We created a project that is a combination of the many steps of support towards commercialization, and by commercialization, by knowledge valorization, we understand not only creating the new spin-offs, but also to granting a license to cooperate with the industry, to transfer the human capacity by transferring people and their know-how into the research and into the industry in both directions. So, and we believe that it's, as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a group of people and their individual skills to raise a technology, to raise a product, to develop it in the proper direction. So we want to invite a team in the PRIME project, and by team we understand a very important person as a scientific leader, creator, co-creator of the intellectual property, and the driving force of that idea, of the product, of the service technology. And followed by the presence of the business leader, the person who will be responsible for supporting the scientific lead to create the new network of contact businesses, business contact, to reach out for feedback from the market, what is needed, what are actual problems from the market. And the also really important person, technology transfer support, sometimes overlooked in the whole system, kind of a glue between the host research organization of the team and the team as it is. And that person is responsible for creating the legal pathway, the legal framework for commercialization to actually happen. And we designed PRIME together with our partner, Oxentia, which is a company from the Oxford ecosystem. We brought our experience in how to collaborate with the research partners, and our partner brought their experience, how to look for real market impact. So we created a project that is divided into 3 phases. We welcome broadly many groups from different fields of science into the phase 1, when the group will be trained and mentored, and also will be participating in a lot of workshops, and feel very comfortable to reach out to the market to have the initial talks with them. To be able at the very end of that phase to verify whether they are ready to take the product to the market or the technology is ready to go with it. So there is a step between the phase 1 and 2 to actually resign from the project or resign from the idea for commercialization because maybe it's not ready, maybe the team is not ready, or to follow to the phase 2 when we, together with our partner, work with individual tailored pathway for each team to support them with mentors, with training, workshops, site visits, and expert opinions and feedback to make the commercialization really happening, to design the most suitable commercialization path. And if that path, if that designed and dreamed path of the commercialization is to create a spin-off, then we have the phase 3, to support the first 12 to 18 months of the newly created spin-off to transform it into the investable startup. So that's how we design the project. That's how we envision what the great commercialization support should look like. If you would like to reach out for more information, please contact me.
Alicia, you have the floor.
Hi, my pleasure to present you a couple of European Commission initiatives. So we are moving from well-rooted initiatives in Poland to a wider horizon. And I'm mentioning horizon, not, it was not just by chance. So the first initiative that I'm going to present you is Booster, which is the European Commission DG RTD initiative to maximize impact of EU-funded projects. Sector agnostic, no matter which funding scheme, but eligibility is here in the screen, so projects coming from multi-annual research framework, of course, programs, Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, and previous ones. And actually, eligibility is for projects which are ongoing, but as well closed, directly, indirectly funded, as well joint undertakings, like EIT food, I saw it mentioned before. Actually, we have several EIT food projects on board with us, and partnerships, and so on and so forth. So actually can access to the booster single organizations, group of organization, projects, group of projects. So it is very broad to access this initiative, and it's collaborative and support-driven learning experience. What does it mean? That when you apply to Booster, actually we appoint dedicated teams of experts which will facilitate European projects' way to achieve impact. Services, which is the most important point. Actually, we have two main core services, which is dissemination support and go-to-market. And then we have several add-on, more vertical on networking, portfolio analysis, intellectual asset management, coaching for public speaking, audio-visual support. It's important to mention that the initiative is fully backed by the Commission. Therefore, actually, services are provided free of charge to eligible projects. This is important, I know. Actually, in terms of dissemination, experts will support projects with a dissemination plan and actions, identifying target audiences, best means to reach them, which are the right messages, and so on and so forth. In terms of go-to-market support, we go from, aligning on the exploitation pillar, so very basics for projects which are just first steps of their life, till more vertical situation like business planning, exploitation strategy, but access to other funding, which is not necessarily EU-related, and entrepreneurial support. In terms of the add-on, actually networking, of course, pretty easy said, it's for expanding the database of contacts of the project to leverage on the different stakeholders, portfolio analysis for project groups in which is created a joint portfolio of results for joint dissemination and exploitation. Intellectual asset management will help you with IP licensing, whatever connected to IP management. Coaching for public speaking is how to pitch to investors or relevant partners, not peers in this case, but different type of stakeholders. And audiovisual support creates videos to be, first of all, uploaded, one showcasing your results on the Horizon Results platform, but then as well could be used for any dissemination and communication purpose. Actually, Booster, it's the last booster has been launched in November 2024, and the initiative will be up and running till the end of 2028. Actually, we already have pretty high numbers because we have more than 200 experts already actively involved in service delivery throughout Europe, more than 2,000 projects supported so far, and more than 3,000 services requested. Actually, everything happens online. I mean, there is a website, which is the entry level of the platform. Throughout services are delivered. So the application, it's an open call, not a competitive type of process. I mean, the eligibility is checked by the Commission directly, and each application is assessed per se. And then there is a pretty straightforward, I would say, process. So application submitted, approved by the Commission, very fast, mentors appointed. There is a entry-level consultation. What happens is that actually, to be sure that project benefit of the best services fitting the specific needs, actually it's not anymore, because it was in the past, allowed to pick services directly from the application form, but actually there is a call with mentors which will guide projects and applicants throughout which are all the services that we can offer and the different nuances which differentiate the services to better align with the expectation needs that the project have at a certain moment. Then a service roadmap is agreed in between the beneficiaries and the mentors, and a service roadmap is created, as well agreeing on the timing for the delivery. Of course, nothing carved on stone, so if there are different needs, there is flexibility to modify the service roadmap and the timing, and then the booster journey can start. Relevant information, if you would like to know more, of course, I'm here available. We have as well here another partner of the consortium, which is running the booster. We have URIS there. And therefore, if you want to know more, you can ask us. But as well, if you're interested, we already plan to have some dedicated info sessions organized by the Commission. The next one is on the 18th of June, and you can register online. So these are the contacts. This is the booster functional mailbox, so you can reach us out at any given moment, and we will support your application, but as well the booster journey. The second initiative that I'm going to present you is the Horizon Results Platform, which is actually directly managed and run by DG RTD. So actually, I'm in charge of the booster, but I'm here to introduce you as well the Horizon Results Platform, which is the matchmaking platform of the Commission, where achievements and results can be showcased with the aim of course, then meeting investors, relevant partners, or there are as well showcased success stories of fully fulfilled, from the lab to the market experiences. Of course, not only to the market, because as we know, when we talk about exploitation and achieving impact, the type of impacts could be various, societal, economical, technological. So whichever type of result and case that you want to showcase, the Horizon Results Platform, it's a good place where to be. Actually, the platform has as well an HAP TV, when there are a lot of interviews for the success stories, and you can as well submit yours if you want to showcase for your project or your specific research. There is an interesting initiative which is almost about to expire, so if you have an interest, I really suggest you to take this into account, because actually it's possible to have some funding if you would like to pitch in a pitching event, to have fees and travel costs covered by the platform. And this is open till the 18th of June to submit your request. So if you have any interest in this direction, there are up to, if I correctly recall, 4,000 euros to cover all the expenses. So if you have, your idea and you have the possibility to pitch it somewhere in Europe, take the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessia. Last but not least, Katarzyna, please introduce us to wider advanced facility.
Yes, thank you very much. So my presentation will be about a brand new instrument, a service actually, which is Wider Advanced Facility. This is financed from Horizon Europe and was launched only in January this year. This is a service dedicated not to projects, but to organizations in widening countries, the countries who are lagging behind in innovation and excellence performance. Poland is one of them. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a service dedicated as well to Polish organizations. Our main goal is to support the process of the knowledge valorization. And we are targeting, in particular, the organizations who are implementing Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe projects, but from widening package. So this is very important. The formal requirement must be that the organization is located in widening country or outermost region and has in a portfolio one of this project. Either the project is already finished or the project is already ongoing. So the organization has to be either a coordinator, let's say of a teaming, twinning, ERA, Chair Excellence Hub, widening fellowship, and we have some of other projects, or it could be also a partnering organization. And the organizations should bring to the facility key exploitable research results or other project results which were generated directly in a widening action or indirectly. Because as you know, widening actions, they are like support actions, so they support research only to very little extent. Like for example, teaming, but teaming centers could as well bring the research results generated within a map, because those are indirectly, let's say, generated through widening action, but correlated with the widening action. So it's important to bring those key exploitable results. And then the other step, which is also very important, as mentioning, we take on board both research teams and research managers and administrators. So the support teams who are working hand by hand alongside with researchers to make innovation happen. So also dealing with the tech transfer, IP protection, but also, let's say, communication visibility. And last but not least, our services are also targeting the management of the organization to build awareness related to the importance of the process. These are our expected results. So, as the project just started, we will be running for years, and we want to target more than 1,000, let's say, organizations in widening countries and outermost region with our awareness-raising campaigns. However, 100 organizations should be enrolled in individual services. So we will work, let's say, hand by hand with the teams of the organizations, providing them tailored-made support and advisory through expert. The database of experts is like also over 200 people. In terms of how to develop sustainability plans, how to prepare a commercialization and exploitation plan, about IP advisory, about standardization, pitching as well is there. And also what is quite important, as you know, here in widening countries, we are also suffering of the poor visibility within the European research area. So here we put also a lot of attention to build recognition and visibility of the organization through this project. Then in our portfolio at the end should be like 750 key exploitable results, which will have those individual sustainability plan to, let's say, happen and to implement it on the market. Plus, as I have mentioned, the recognition at the European level, but also part of our service is dedicated to strengthen the position of the organization in the regional and national ecosystem, so that also they will be able to use national or regional funding to develop their activities and to commercialize what they have prepared. So I've started to tell you more about our services. So we will have those in form of the academies. It will be like individual workshops, but also like advisory, like one-to-one, the teams of the organization working with experts. There will be also very detailed advisory related to the intangible assets. Then the matchmaking, So we will try to match the organization in regard to the key exploitable results they will bring with the most relevant industry partners or other partners from the socio-economic environment who would be, let's say, suitable for the market uptake of the solutions. And then there will be study visits, in particular for research managers and administrators, so that they can see how the excellent centers are working in other widening countries and they can absorb those best practices. Then there will be also coaching on synergies, because we want to, in widening countries, you know that we have a lot of cohesion policy. And there are other instruments. So we want also the research teams and research managers to make them aware how they can use it for the sake of, let's say, knowledge valorization. How we will operate? Through open call. And this is a very right time to be here today, because the call will be open tomorrow. So it's a chance to apply. It won't be a competitive call. It will be rather a registration. So we want to take on board actually as many as possible. And there will be 3 months cutoff. So after the 3 months, the window is open, then there will be the evaluation process. Organizations will be contacted individually to assess the key exploitable results, and then individual plans for collaboration will be prepared. So that's it from my side. Please visit our website, social media. Also, we have a stand. And there is also a team from IPPT PAN who will be able to reply to any of your questions. So you are very much welcome to apply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thanks everyone for your presentations. Now let's get to the actual questions. So I have one broad questions for all of you. I don't know who wants to start, but let me ask the question first. We've been hearing today and yesterday about knowledge valorization, technology transfer, translational science, so all these terms that sound complicated, but if we were to boil it down to what all of this means, I would use the phrase making money out of science, which often involves cooperation between universities, research organizations on one side, and businesses and investors on the other side. So my first question is somewhat related to that. Is there a reluctance in this sense from academia, or better yet, do you think attitudes towards collaboration with the private sector have changed over the past decade or so? Who wants to start? Yes.
Okay. I think that yes, there has been a change, but I would like to be clear on that. I used to mention a quote from Peter Drucker, which is culture, it's strategy for breakfast. So I think that this is the overarching theme. The idea is that on one side, researchers should be ready to meet the investors. On the other side, the investors should, make the effort to understand the researchers. Then, personally, I do not agree with the statement that sometimes I hear that, okay, you have a great research, therefore you have to go to the market. Because clearly somebody who chooses to be a researcher, this is the career, and therefore I'm not for, having people doing a different job just because this is what is asked to. What researchers should be ready for is to, at one moment, of course, to team with others. Others which make sense in terms of what they need to do to go to the market, to have the research uptaken, and to even make a step behind when it's needed. So this is it, I think. But in any case, I think that entrepreneurial mindset is part of the culture that I was mentioning at the beginning.
Yes, Katarzyna.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think it differs. I agree with Alessia about the culture, but it also differs from country to country. And I think it's very much also correlated with, let's say, evaluation system of researchers. Even researchers are evaluated to large extent according to their publications, then collaboration with industry, who is eager rather to have, let's say, confidential data for their use, might be quite difficult. So if you have a look on different countries, then I think this is the point we should start to focus on. But on the other hand, the competitiveness, the competitive funding, which is coming through structural funds or Horizon Europe, or then also Horizon 2020, also I think changed a bit this culture, and it's influencing this culture, because all of these projects, they must have impact. And this impact is at the various levels. So it's a socio-economic impact, and actually the researchers, through their research projects, they must even prove what sort of impact will the research have. That is why this thinking is embedded in the logic. And yesterday we had this the first day of the conference. There was also a discussion about the basic research and incorporation of the valorization. So even in the basic research, there is also this part of the impact which takes into account the socio-economic environment. So I believe the competitiveness funding is doing a good job in influencing this culture.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. Does anyone want to reply to that idea on evaluation, I presume? Yeah.
Not real evaluation. Let me disagree with you.
Okay.
Saying that exactly about making money.
Mm-hmm.
So knowledge valorization and understanding it as a making money is very limited definition. It's something way broader than just making money and earning and having sales.
That's my professional sin. Journalists tend to oversimplify. So
I think it was intentional to rise a discussion between panelists, because it's something like I will follow what Alesia and what Katarzyna said, that the logic is to create an impact. That's the definition of the knowledge valorization. That's something we should always keep in mind while thinking about knowledge valorization, that it's something way, way bigger than money. It's a mindset, thinking that what I do as a researcher, what I do as a research organization, and as a research organization supporter, what we do needs to create an impact and need to create some higher level of quality rather than just the money. I don't want to say that creating money and impact by creating sales is something bad. It's limited. It's some part of it, but it's not limited only to that. Mm-hmm. So I close the topic, and I want to jump real quick into the topic of the evaluation. Yes, I strongly agree what you said, that the scientists are not completely in Poland, not incentivized by choosing some other path and career, some different than the publishing, and leading scientific projects. It's a struggle. It's a struggle because you need to choose, and what previous panel also mentioned, the state aid, the whole variety of cooperation with the industry and with the market is perceived as something dangerous, as something potentially threatening. And so the career pathway is not incentivized at all. There are very limited access to the legal framework of how to do it legally, how to do it safely, how to be present and visible, and at the same time disclosed, and not to so open to actually disclose all the know-how and all the IP that should be preserved.
Yeah. Okay. Marek, do you want to comment on this question of evaluation?
Yes, sure.
Should it change to include?
Because I'm connected, and I'm working on the university. I agree with all of you. But the fact is that in Poland, most of research works are fundamental, basic research, and it means that even if we achieve TRL like 3 or 4 the level, the technologies are still not very lucrative and interesting for business. That's why we need systemic solutions that will allow us to push the technology from academia to business. And of course, it's nobody's fault that we have such a system, but because the basic role of the university is adapt to the regulations, so we do. But we can change some things within working in technology transfer offices. What we can change is to educate and to raise the conscience of the scientists that every time they work on their research, they create IP. And of course, they are concentrated on publications. And these concentrations results that they very often forget that they need to protect IP. If you don't protect IP, you cannot sell them at the end, and you cannot make a transfer because it's in a public domain. So we educate scientists, we develop technology transfer office to protect the IP, to name and distinguish the IP, to teach scientists how to do it properly. And I think at this step, at the very beginning, it's really, it's really enough until the system will be changed, which I hope it will be done in the future. I don't know how, and I cannot comment the factors which are really important now, but I know that at the ministry they are operating some teams that will prepare suggestions how to change the evaluation system in Poland.
All right, thank you for that. So this brings me to my next question, and it's directly related to what policymakers can do. So what kind of assistance, what kind of help would you need from policymakers, first of all here in Warsaw, but then also in Brussels to, first of all, make your lives easier and make this whole process more impactful? Let me use a word which was, I think, it was invented in Brussels. So who wants, Alessia, please.
I cannot speak for Poland, of course.
Yeah.
But actually, I have to say that I'm running a European Commission initiative to support, achieving impact. So I think that in that direction, like if I have to refer to the Commission, they are already doing a lot. Because actually, projects are funded, and there is a grant agreement signed in which all the parts of it, clearly explain how you want to run your research and which type of impact you're achieving. And then on top of that, the Commission is putting additional money to support this path. So I think that, of course, we are far from perfection, but I have to say that things are definitely going, and as well the wider advanced facility for the widening country, it's another initiative which is going in that direction. I think that, again, I'm repeating myself, but it's as well more perhaps a matter of a diffused culture. What I see, just let me bring you a very quick, concrete example. Actually, I'm referring to a case of a, very well-known RTO in Europe, not Polish one. So I'm out of, conflict of interest in this moment. And actually, they told me, okay, Alessia, you were right, because actually what happened to us, we developed a, fantastic technology which can detect in real time or whatever, sensors based, whatever can happen in a certain environment. And this, now the idea is to sell this to the national railway system. So we went to the national railway system and say, yes, this is fantastic, we really need it, but unfortunately, we are not the ones which are manufacturing the trains. So you need to go to our suppliers which are manufacturing the trains. So they went to the suppliers and they said, "Ah, fantastic, this would be great to have," but unfortunately, that piece of machinery is not manufactured by us. And they say, "You have to go to the software developer." They went to the software company, which was installing in the trains all the, IT part. They said, "Yes, this is great, but actually we have so many products on the shelf that we do not even have a research and innovation department internally. So therefore, we are not interested in, embedding your software in our machinery." So what they learned is that actually they should have perhaps contacted early adopters sooner than later, and they should have understood exactly where they were in the value chain, where they position themselves in the value chain. Because one thing is thinking to the needs of the end user, but sometimes the value chain is very long, and the next one that you need to contact and convince to uptake your research is not the end user, is the next one in the value chain. That of course will be affected and influenced by the end users, but so for me it's really, really at the level still of the culture. And I can see this somehow all over Europe. I dealing with projects which are coming from different environments.
Katarzyna, I see you nodding.
Yes, I of course agree with Alessia what you said. I would like to provide you a bit of a widening perspective, so not only like Polish, but a bit going beyond. So, like the tech transfer valorization is evolving here in the region, but it's still uneven between the countries and lagging behind. And if you have a look on the reports that we presented, you can see some trends and gaps which are related to the valorization process. So one of these are skills and the people. Actually, the region is not only is suffering the brain drain, but not only in regard to researchers, also to research managers, administrator, tech transfer people. So in order to, to have also this process happening, there is the knowledge is needed, knowledge and experience. So what Wider Advanced Facility, for example, is doing is putting a lot of attention and efforts to build those knowledge and also to bring the experience from our experienced partners here in the region. So I would also raise the attention here. Then the best practices. Well, if you have some best practices on the market, then it's easier to follow the best practices as a role model by other organizations. And I think also that those best practices, still there is not enough critical mass, but they are not enough exposed. We are from nature a bit pessimist and in the region and do not like, to show off, but that should be changed. And the culture of showing off what's the success stories should be well embedded and also should be shown. Then the other 2 points I would like to as well mention, which I think are quite relevant for the regions, is the lack of the sufficient linkages with industry. Naturally, the region has, unfortunately, we have a bit a different story than the Western Europe in regard to the economical development. So our, let's say, free market economy is quite young if you compare with Western countries. And also the free market of, let's say, research and the valorization of research. So here again, some support measures which bring research to the industry, but also industry to the research. Are, let's say of a need, and the initiative I don't know, Wider Advanced or the Booster, the Prime, we are here, or mentioned by Marek also, are here to support. And last but not least, there is a lot of funding. Well, we've noticed, at least this is an impression we had after today's 2 sessions. But still, I think there is a critical reflection over this funding, if it's really targeting the needs, the early stage, let's say, process of the commercialization, to detect the barriers within this funding and trying to improve for the sake, let's say, of making the processes more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarzyna. You mentioned the need for establishing better links with industry, and I would like to bring in Marcelina and perhaps also Marek on this question of working with the private sector. So how hard it is to bring companies on board?
Yeah, sure. Just let me simply circle back to the previous question real quick. I believe that we do not sufficiently cherish the failure, or like our friends from the US would like to say it, lessons learned. We see it as something bad, as something negative, and when you correlate it with the EU funds and the public money, that's the recipe for disaster. I mean, there is no level of the risk management, neither at the higher level, medium level, and the low level. And if that will not be changed in the future, if the higher level of policy will not open itself to accept the change and accept the risk, because if you would like to design anything targeted to deep tech, to high tech, to startups originated from the research organization, you need to accept it. You need to accept the path of taking a risk and having that high risk, high gain approach. And it's not here yet, I hope. So that should be a bigger change. That should be a bigger shift towards taking the risk, not focusing on the metrics and indicators and something that is really completely not related to the process of creating innovation, pivoting constantly, sourcing from the feedback from the market, sourcing from the feedback from the friends, from the collaboration, from the bigger network, and learning constantly. So that's my comment on the previous question. And about attracting businesses, it's growing. I mean, we can see the huge change over a decade, mainly created by the younger generation of the researchers. They are, so interesting fact, an interesting piece of the story. During the assessment process of the Prime, there's an interview with the team. We would like to see what are the motivations, but it's not the assessment point. We just want to speak with the people to look how they perceive themselves within the process. And one fact we would like to ask for is to ask the question, what was the one research revelation you would like to share that leads you to the product?
Yep.
And normally, researchers answer that question, this, and this. I developed that technology over 25 years. I'm really connected with that, and so on. And some young PhD students approached us saying that there is no big revelation. I just spoke with the physicians, couple of them, and I realized that they have no tools for this, and this. I don't want to disclose the technicalities. And that was my revelation, not the research data, the problem, real problem from the market. And that's the approach we are seeing. And this approach, leading them to the market, leading them to the companies, and accepting the companies to collaborate with them. So it's easier and easier over a time to build that trust, because that trust is built on mutual interest.
Okay. Do you think that's connected to the risk culture that you were talking about?
Probably, yes, because they, okay, I don't want to steal the stage, but the one interesting piece of the story as well, I met with a really senior scientist and asking him, I know your research, you're a great researcher, you're really a lot of published data, and you're so well fit into the Prime project. Why you don't want to apply? And he said, I have a well-established title and a name, and I don't want to risk it by destroying it by the failure in the market. And the young researchers, they don't have that. They have an open, and not yet. They can choose from different flavors and different directions. And I think that's the direction we want to go.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Marek, I want to bring you in on this question of risk and bringing in companies on board.
Because I have only the academia perspective. And we should realize that in the university we have plenty of potential technologies that can be implemented in the markets. There are plenty of them, but they are on really early stage. And of course, as you see at the process, it's a kind of a funnel. You can put in the funnel plenty of things, but at the end, you have only a few projects, prospects, or spin-offs that will be profitable. And what we need, because our TTOs is operating for 27 years already. We have inner regulations in the university. We have skills, we have experience, we know how to protect IP, we know how to analyze the market, we know how to sell. The problem is lack of funds and money, like science for business, that will allow us to convince scientists to engage in the next steps of leveraging the TRL. Because in our system, researchers usually say, it disturbs sometimes my scientist career, or I have other obligations, I don't have time, it's too risky, we don't have money, and so on and so on. That's why I'm really happy that Science for Business is starting, because this gives us a chance to select the most permissible technologies and to lead them further. We also select the teams, the scientists, because we know that if you know to succeed, you need a dedicated team. And sometimes in academia, you can have a good technology, but the team is not dedicated. So it's also might be a problem.
Okay. I think we're nearing the end here. So I'm curious if there's one question or two questions from the room. If not, I'll proceed with my final two questions. Really quickly, Alessia, the first one is for you. So what do you think about this discussion we just had? Are researchers keener to learn about business plans and investments and so on, you know, to take more risk?
I agree with Marcelina. Yes, I think new generations definitely are going in that direction. I as well think, and reconnecting to the previous question, that perhaps what could be done at the level of policy making is to, of course, always at the more European and wider level, to harmonize which are incentives and taxation when you invest in proof of concept, very early stage, those type of activities, which will allow as well to increase the number of cross-border or multi-countries type of initiatives, which I think will be definitely beneficial. And for early stages, I know that the Commission is doing as well in that direction. Business angels. I think that for a certain type of investments and researchers, they are the right ones to be on board. Not only money, even if not big money, but knowledgeable, that can help as well and support the team, the research team as well in that path.
Okay. Katarzyna, final question for you. So we've all listened to these interesting presentations on different initiatives for knowledge valorization. So should these initiatives work more closely together? How do you see this synergy between that happening?
Yes, I definitely see that we are not competitors. We complement. I mean, the initiative complement each other, and there is never too much knowledge or too much experience to be transferred into research organizations, into research team, into research managers, in particular in Poland and in other widening countries where we are still lagging behind in many of the metrics. So I think that we should do this collaboration more intensively, and also the signposting, and target the groups to other initiatives as well, because it's for the benefits of us all.
Okay, well, on that positive note, I think we can end. Thank you very much to the four of you. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you here today. And thank you all for listening here and online also, I think. So yeah, please give the speakers a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Well, Przerwa? Nie. No, there is no break. It's not the time for lunch yet. There is one more session before the lunch, and that's the showcase of success stories. That's the session which will be moderated by Madam Joanna Kartasiewicz from the International Center for Translation AI Research. Well, point. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce you to Polish success stories. We've been waiting to hear them. Before I start, I'd like to just say a few words about myself. My name is Joanna Kartasiewicz. I'm research manager at International Center for Translational AI Research, which is located at the Institute of Physical Chemistry, Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw. We are international research agenda awarded for the second time by the Foundation for Polish Science, and we've been also awarded by European Commission the teaming project, which we launched several months ago. And just to briefly introduce you to what we do, the ICTR has been created in 2019 by Professor Wojtkowski, to well-recognized optical physicist in Poland to develop cutting-edge technologies to support the diagnosis and treatment of eye diseases, just to enable faster implementation of new eye therapies. And the translation of research results is at the very heart of our daily activities. So is valorization of knowledge and technologies. And this is what we are going to do within our teaming project in forthcoming years. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speakers today. The first one is Mr. Jędrzej Mijas, who is an application engineer at Vigo Photonics. He is a graduate of University of Warsaw, and he's specializing in spectrology and some gas selection sensoring applications. The second presentation will be given by the director Piotr Szynkarczyk, whom you already met today from Łukasiewicz Research Network, the director of PIAP. And the third, but not the last one, not the least one, presentation will be showcased to us by Michał Parniak-Niedojadło, a PhD, who is a group leader in the Center for Quantum Optical Technologies, also international research agenda at the University of Warsaw. Mr. Parniak works in the Institute of Experimental Physics, the Faculty of Physics here. So I'd like to invite Mr. Jędrzej Mijas, who is our first speaker, to present the success story of Vigo Photonics. Okay, it's yours.
Thank you very much. As I am an application engineer, I will focus on the applications of the Vigo products, but this is an integral part of the success story of Vigo, of which I have been a part for the last 5 years, and but I can't start without a brief introduction of who is Vigo Photonics. So we've been making photon infrared detectors for 38 years now, with completely Polish technology developed domestically at Warsaw Military University of Technology, and all the production, all R&D is done here in Poland. We also do semiconductor epitaxial wafers. This is what we also manufacture, and complete infrared detection modules for specific applications. The whole value chain is ours. So we start in our facility in Ożarów Mazowiecki. We start with epitaxy of the semiconductor wafers, which are then processed
to complete detector chips or sold as is. Then the detector chips are packaged for a complete infrared detector device, or integrated with electronics, which allow for a comfortable use of the infrared detector. Everything is done, as I mentioned, in our facility, in a 6-year-old assembly hall and 3-year-old clean room with ISO 6 cleanliness class. So the facilities, as you can see, have been upgraded very recently, and are now used to, not to the full extent, because we have still much more production capacity to go with. And just a brief history to show you the, let's say, the amount of to our success stories. We started in 1987, as I mentioned, as a, one can say, spin-off from Warsaw Military University of Technology, although at that time in Poland, the phrase spin-off has been completely alien, so to say. And we've been steadily growing ever since. We've adapted new technologies to produce our core product, that is infrared detectors. We've adapted MOCVD and MBE epitaxial technologies. And we've been steadily searching for new applications, both from our own funds and by taking part in research projects, some of which I will mention further on. This culminated in, well, not culminated, but one of the highlights were 2012 and 2016, where we sent our detectors on Mars, where they have been performing very well. And what they have been doing is gas detection, as already mentioned. And with that, I will start the showcase of applications where the detectors developed from the knowledge, from the university knowledge, and constantly expanded with academic knowledge where they can find their use. And one of the very rapidly developing fields where our detectors are used is environment protection, especially in the form of gas sensing, continuous emission monitoring, but also, for example, water quality monitoring. This is something that we have done in projects WaterSpy and Aquarius. These have been funded projects where we have made proof of concept devices for detecting bacteria contamination in water supply. And for that specific application, we are still searching for a commercial partner, but we have made it possible using our products. Likewise, the gas sensing applications, both in funded research projects and strictly commercial applications, that our detectors have found use there, both in laser-based applications or in very big continuous emission monitoring system, as showcased here. And just to show you the multitude of gases that can be very well detected and distinguished using infrared, we can actually see everything from methane and hydrocarbons to CO2, CO, nitrous and sulfur oxides, even ammonia, H2S or other exotic species, sometimes in some applications all of these gases at once, like in the continuous emission monitoring systems. And this opens up also application of our products in other fields like medicine. Human breath analysis is also an ongoing place of interest of infrared detection, or to be more specific, to very precise detection of trace gas concentrations down to 0.1 parts per billion. And the ultimate goal is to have a device at your doctor's lab where you can just blow a piece of your breath and to have it analyzed in a matter of minutes for early, for example, cancer detection using trace amounts of biomarkers. Another application in medicine, sometimes called the Holy Grail, because it's it hasn't been achieved truly yet, is the non-invasive glucose monitoring. And if we have any diabetes patients, they know that monitoring the glucose level currently requires at least to prick your finger to have a drop of blood open, which is not much, but if you have to do it constantly, it's not very pleasant and it's not very comfortable for the patient. And mid-infrared sensing using very sensitive detectors from Vigo and usually lasers in mid-infrared range, they allow the infrared radiation to penetrate through the skin tissue and to detect very small temperature changes, for example, in your finger, which allow to assess the glucose level without having to put a needle through your skin tissue. This is something where we are working with a couple of customers to introduce that kind of device commercially on the shelf. It would be a very big breakthrough in compared to what is currently on the market. A booming industry now is, of course, defense, security, and military. So modern army has its own requirements, and staying in the topic of gas sensing or contaminant sensing, this is something which we have also done in a number of funded projects, Hyperion, Checkers, Emphasis, and that is contaminant and toxic substances detection, where we use mid-infrared sensing using our products to assess, for example, the impact of chemical explosion, or to make very early detection of chemical threats on a battlefield, or just during routine checkups of the strategic objects. But this is the modern army uses are not limited to that. We have laser warning systems. Our detectors are used, to be more precise, in laser warning systems to see if the enemy is illuminating us with a rangefinder. We have a self-protection system calibration to ensure that infrared countermeasures installed on an aircraft, for example, work as intended. We have anti-tank mines, which detect hot objects for a timely arming, or fire suppression system, which protect the crew and the vehicle from any flames and explosions in a matter of milliseconds. Thermal cameras is one of very big projects, is one of the two biggest projects of Vigo Photonics currently. We have, again, a completely vertically integrated production in Poland. We have completely internal IP, Polish technology, for thermal cameras to use for night vision, or just for precise detection in difficult environmental conditions. And a glimpse in the future is the biggest project currently in Vigo Photonics, which has been designated as important projects of common European interest by the EU and funded by the EU. And this is to transfer to make an impact from the technology that has been around in academia for years, and this is photonic integrated circuits, and to move that to industrial production of such devices for mid-wave infrared, to discover completely new applications for example, in wearable devices of the mid-infrared. And this is possible by changing or diminishing the size of a system by a couple of orders of magnitude, as you can see. For that, we need not only detectors, but to develop a completely new environment using also light sources, infrared light sources like lasers or diodes, waveguides, and all the packaging. But this is something that has existed in academia for years. For example, we cooperate with Łukasiewicz Institutes present here as well, and this is something to be that we want to make a huge impact of in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mias, for this very insightful and exciting presentation. We've been provided with so many examples of great projects that are going on at Vigo Photonics. And we are looking forward to listen what's happening at Łukasiewicz Research Network Industrial Research Institute for Automation and Measurements. The floor is yours, Mr. Director Szynkarczyk.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello again. I have a pleasure to, so can you switch on my presentation, the green one? Okay, this is the one. So I will give you the short success story connected with what we do in Łukasiewicz PIAP Institute. Please, next slide. At the beginning, the short introduction. Next slide, please. Short introduction, who we are. Łukasiewicz PIAP is the institute which is quite old organization. This year we have 60 years anniversary. In our institute about 250 people is working, and since about year 2000 our success story begins. This is the time when we started producing mobile robots which can be put into danger instead of a human. So anytime there is a danger zone, instead of officer or maybe employee, you can send the robot to deal with this threat or maybe detect the threat. So I think I can control the presentations. Yeah, okay. So because those robots are sometimes equipped with the real weapons, we have to have some number of certificates and allowance for example, for international trading of weapons and ammunition. So all of that is present in our institute. And what we do are research and development, and most of those are connected with somehow with security, defense, and mobile robots. So those are two centers of gravity of our activities, and we make those projects on different technological readiness levels. On the lower TRLs, we are wondering for some maybe new technologies, for something which can be developed with the higher risks, and some of those technologies are successful. And this is the story. This is the kind of a story which happened with our robots. We take part in projects funded by Polish Science Foundation, by European Union, European Defence Fund, and European Space Agency. Anytime we start a project, we are thinking about its future commercialization. Of course, not every time this is the full success, but sometimes there are some successes. And those three pictures are some examples of such projects. The first on the left is a project which is called Hunter. This is a 3.5-ton mobile base which can be used for different missions, and those missions are defined by the accessories which are mounted on this robot. It can be both military and civil use. It can, for example, transport wounded soldiers. It can carry a weapon. It can work as a convoy member to make some bigger transports. Very wide range of possible uses. The middle one is more military in its character, because this is called Mobi Target. In this case, this is the mobile robot which can be used on the military shooting range for the snipers to train to shoot at the moving targets. The number of such robots can be programmed to move on a given path, and they detect when bullet hits the robot, and the trainer of the sniper at this moment has the detection of the hitting the target. So this is something completely different from also from psychological point of view, because snipers are shooting not to the paper but to the postures of the enemies. So this is also the psychological side of this training. But the advantage is that it can be, operator can make the scenario, and this scenario can be repeated all the time, all the same. And the last one is one of our robots equipped with the anti-aircraft missiles. So it was in cooperation with Polish military industry. So those are only some small fraction of what kind of projects we are developing. But in the results of this low TRL level projects, we go into the higher to TRL 9. So at this moment we have in our offer about 12, maybe more, different mobile robots which are sold worldwide. And the range varies from the left, when this robot is 1.5 kilos, up to 3.5 ton. And those robots can be used for different applications. For example, the left one is for anti-terrorist groups. This is a so-called throwable robot. You can throw it through the window or maybe from the second floor. And this is surprisingly very, very silent mobile camera. And before anti-terrorists come into the action, they can, with use of this robot, see what's inside the building. On the opposite side, the red one is for fire brigades. This robot can be equipped with fire distinguishing mechanisms, or also can be equipped with so-called CBRN accessories, like the second from the right, robot patrol, which is equipped with tools to take the samples of suspicious substances, or maybe gas, maybe air, maybe soil, and also can be equipped with detectors, for example, the ones from Vigo Photonics. So there is a wide range of robots which can be used by different users, like fire brigades, police, military, or border guards. But the robot itself is not the full solution, because it's only a carrier of accessories and tools. And also, after, you have to have some vehicle to carry it to the site when you are going to use this robot. So what we provide to our customers, to our users, are not robots. They are systems to deal with their projects, and robot is only a part of this solution. So around the robot we have a system of accessories, vehicles to carry them to the action site, and also trainings on the use of the robot, or the servicing, and also on the tactics of the usage of such robots. So what is important here, that the product itself, the thing that you can have in your hands, it's not the solution for the customer. The solution is the total system, and the product is only part of this. For this, we cooperate with industry because we are designing robots, so we have to cooperate with designers of accessories which are used by our robots. So there's the slide with some examples, and also additional list. Only examples, because we cooperate with many different companies around the world, not only in Poland, not only in Europe. So the result is that we so far provided more than 600 robots around the world, around the globe, to 28 different countries. Probably the most funny story is that we also sold robots to South Korea. So there is anecdote that we're selling wood to the forest, because probably you would expect that South Korea is selling robots to Poland, but it's quite opposite direction. And the robot which is standing there, this is called Gryf, PIAP Gryf. The name comes after some also additional interesting story when there was a tender, and the requirements in this tender were made in such a way that none of our robots was fitting. And within 4 months, our designers and our scientists redeveloped one of our robots, which was called Scout, into the completely different new robot. And the name Gryf comes after the sign of this city in which this tender was announced. So this is why the robot is called Gryf. And then exactly this Gryf was sold to Korea. So this is, I have more stories about our robots. Now this is really a range of dozens of such robots which we are really producing and selling to the users. And at this moment, the most important use of such robots is that they are putting humans away in the safe distance from the threats. And anytime there is something dangerous to do, you can send this kind of robot. Especially, I suggest it would be PIAP robot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, for sharing with us this great portfolio of robots, tools, and systems that are being sold worldwide. This is very promising for all of us. Our last speaker in this session is Michał Parniak-Niedojadło from the Center for Quantum Optical Technologies, University of Warsaw. I'll invite you. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And today I would like to show you how in a Center for Quantum Optical Technologies, which is a unit that stemmed at the University of Warsaw from very fundamental research, how we strive towards applications. And indeed, QOT has been funded by both the previous International Research Agendas program and currently is co-funded by the new perspective of the International Research Agendas program. And this continued funding allows us to go even more towards applications now. So a little bit about myself. I did my PhD here at the University of Warsaw. And I completed my postdoctoral stay at the University of Copenhagen, where I'm still working mostly on very novel and very new technologies, but in fact in a more fundamental context than even here. However, since 2021, I joined the Center for Quantum Optical Technologies, and later I also joined the Faculty of Physics, where we try to find applications of the discoveries that we make. So the QOT is composed of several groups that try to work both on theories and on experiments, but they all strive towards being applied in communication, in quantum computing, in quantum metrology. The realistic technologies that we develop are indeed composed of trying to use quantum effects to better sense physical properties of the world, such as, for example, magnetic or electromagnetic fields. So we'll be talking a lot about using single atoms as very efficient antennas. We try to work on using imaging technologies in a better way. And there is a lot of work, including our patented solutions for better communication, both quantum and classical, since you may not only be interested in ultra-secure communication at the very fundamental quantum level. We also try to develop technologies which are somewhere between the classical realm and the quantum world, which brings us closer to the telecom industry. And indeed, the idea of KOT, even currently, is about a very strong interplay between fundamental science and technology. So I do not believe that the distinction that we are kind of always supposed to make, or sometimes forced to make, that, for example, in the new perspective, we are in fact not allowed to make fundamental science. However, for us, we take the ideas from fundamental science and try to forge them into technologies. However, those technologies often lead us to much better experiments, which in turn turn us towards more groundbreaking discoveries, which are, by the way, an excellent promotion in the scientific market for the technologies that we develop. So I personally believe in this strong interplay, and we hope to continue this interplay, because investing only in making our technologies, bringing them to the market, will lead to us not having anything new in 5 years, because we'll be not, if we forget about the early part. So, well, the early part is something that we are still working on very intensively. So we try to use quantum effects to measure things in a better way. We try to use atoms, and this is a cloud of cold atoms in our lab here at the University of Warsaw. We try to use it for sensing. We try to use it for quantum computation. And one thing that we started very intensively within the previous research agenda that wouldn't be possible otherwise, and that we continue to forge into a technology now, are ideas based on Rydberg atoms. So Rydberg atoms are kind of atoms with exaggerated properties. They are excited with a set of lasers to high-lying states, such that the last electron of the atom is very far away from the nucleus. So this is really an exaggerated atom. You take lasers, you make it large, and when the atom becomes large, it becomes very sensitive to the presence of other atoms and to the presence of anything around. For example, external microwave fields. And this is how we thought that in the very long term, those atoms could be used to interface quantum networks, which are optical, with quantum computing devices, which rather operate in the microwave range. So those atoms, well, we use them with lasers, but they are also very sensitive to microwaves. So with this very high-end future goal, we realized that, in fact, if we even make a device that is not yet able to achieve this high-end goal, then we still strive towards a device that will be a very, very sensitive microwave detector. And this has led us to a creation of our microwave optical converter, which has been published around 2 years ago, only now in Nature Photonics. And that scientific achievement has sparked a chain reaction, in a way, of trying to get this result and make it into a technology, a very sensitive atomic antenna, which relies on fundamental properties to be an excellent receiver device. Of course, we studied this device, and we observed that it is so sensitive that it allows us to sense microwaves, like in this room, that are simply emitted from the environment. So not even external signals, just the thermal radiation, and it is usually extremely hard to achieve. We characterized this device, and with this collection of results, we both proposed other applications, such as imaging of microwave fields around practical devices, but we also attracted interests of other institutes working on that. For example, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, in the USA has been working on the same technology, and when we published our results, they realized that they were beaten to this excellent sensitivity. Of course, we had to pay the price of losing some other properties, but our device really gained very significant international attention. So towards making it more practical, we've been also talking with people and working ourselves on making devices that are more compact, based on smaller atomic cells, based on optical fibers, optical waveguides, etc. One of the applications that we presented has been, for example, a characterization, a test bed, in a sense, for an automotive chip. So it turned out that automotive industry now uses more and more radar chips, and those chips are pretty hard to characterize because the devices for characterization at very high frequencies, hundreds of gigahertz radiation, are very expensive, and in fact our device allows an absolute calibration without the need to actually go to NIST and get the fundamental reference for what a volt is. In any case, with presenting these results, we've also been invited to participate in a workshop at the European Space Agency, where we had the pleasure of presenting our results and thinking together with scientists at ESA whether these devices could one day go onto satellites. In the space industry and in space research, in fact, it turned out to be very important to be able to receive weak signals. And the reasons are several. For example, we need to be able to detect multiple different frequencies, and this is very easy for our atoms because we can change their properties, their size, simply by changing the color of light, which is very easy for us, and we are then able to detect multiple different frequencies. However, the atoms are also very sensitive, which is good because in space you are limited in the power of your device, so the more sensitive, the less power you can use. Also, as it turns out, as we know in physics, the atomic cells, such as those used in those devices, are already on satellites, serving as atomic clocks. So it is not unthinkable to make those devices in space. So after talking with ESA about the perspectives, several months later we submitted a project to ESA together with a collaborator from Italy, from Thales Alenia Space, where we started developing a prototype of such a device, a much simpler prototype than the one that has been published in Nature Photonics. It's a much simpler device because we need to now figure out how to go from a device at around TRL2 to 3 and 4 in this case. And that needs to be a prototype that is not operated by PhD students anymore, but the interested parties that want to actually use the device for the moment tested whether it is really applicable for space applications. And we are now very intensively working on a project for this prototype. We are considering various applications, and the project is very, very much in progress. And we also talk with other agencies about applications in detecting very weak microwave signals, such as in radar science technology and applications. For ESA, it is also particularly interesting to make the device that will actually be able to sense this thermal radiation that I mentioned, because then it can be used for climate science and very precise measurements of the temperature of various parts of Earth, both in the both with latitude, longitude, but also the elevation are very important for accurate predictions of climate and weather, and this is very much interest of both space entities. Actually, we are kind of together with ESA. We are also racing with NASA in this a little bit. And at the moment, with a group of collaborators whom we met at ESA, we are also working on a white paper that it will outline how this Rydberg atom technologies can be used in space. So this would provide a certain roadmap for the next 10 years, how to actually put those devices in space, and to explain why would we even want to do that. So we also try to use our atoms for quantum computation, and you often see in the media images which look like this one on the left. And well, in fact, it's not exactly a quantum computer. This is just a very, very expensive refrigerator. The quantum computer is at most the tiny chip that is attached to it, and those refrigerators are extremely expensive. Fortunately, they are actually made by European companies. This is actually shows a very, very strong position of Europe in quantum technologies, in my opinion. However, they also use many kilowatts of power. Hence, we are interested in a different technology which uses atoms. Atoms are laser cooled to much lower temperatures than the refrigerator on the left, with a fraction of power. And atomic technologies will utilize, for example, Rydberg atoms to make them interact and implement quantum logical operations. Based on published works, we are able to have a certain idea of how such a quantum computer would look. So it would be an array of atomic systems, and we bring to it our own expertise on working with atomic ensembles, interfacing them with optics and microwaves to provide our own custom design for a quantum computational device, rather than getting a ready device and just trying to use it for something that's not even useful at the moment. So we try to develop our own design, our own technology, and this is something that we are building at the moment. And we're also happy that more recently we've been awarded, together with 30 other partners, a joint undertaking in developing quantum chips, in particular atomic chips, which is an enterprise, a consortium led by a company Pascal from France, which is a worldwide leader, together with one other, competing with one other company from USA. So they are one of the leading companies in the development of these atomic devices, and will be contributing to this technology by providing a very important testbed of using these quantum devices in quantum metrology in particular. This is now very recent results where we show that indeed the qubits are already operational in our lab, and in the next year we hope that we'll be performing even more advanced operations. So please stay tuned, and thank you to the team at the QOT and the Faculty of Physics who's working with me on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, and best of luck in your future endeavors with ESA and beyond. We are a bit behind the schedule. I'm not sure if I can ask one question to our presenters, or shall we go for lunch? The question to organizers. Okay, so let's go for lunch, everyone.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. So it's already 15 minutes, so the university standards are in place. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the final session of today's conference. It is a discussion panel / workshop. So thank you for sticking with us. Despite the sunny Warsaw temptation that is here. So I would like to say that the theme of today's session is skills and capacities for knowledge valorization. And this is a subject that is close to my heart, as I am an active researcher working on the crossroads of biology, chemistry, and information technology. So from this point of view, innovation is at the heart of what I try to do. But also, I am involved in the works of technology assessment and commercialization, which is taking place at the Institute of Innovation and Technology at Łukasiewicz. So from a practical, managerial, and also policy-driven angle. So the three pillars that we will be talking today. So I'm really eager to hear what our experts have to say. So I will introduce our experienced experts, and I am certain they will provide and help us dig deeper into the practical aspects of knowledge valorization. So I hope that we will have a lot of knowledge transfer today with their interventions. So let me introduce. First of all, we have Madame Golistanu, Florentina. Ms. Florentina is the coordinator of awareness-raising campaign on knowledge valorization in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation in the European Commission. She's a lawyer by background with extensive experience at the Commission and previously in the private legal practice where she advised on commercial transactions, financial aspects, and intellectual property rights. Madame Florentina also holds a PhD on comparative commercial law from the University of Paris, Sorbonne, and as well as the University of Bucharest in Romania. So a round of applause for our first panelist. Next we'll have Jörg Scherer. Jörg is Managing Director of European Research and Project Office in Germany. He's also a founder and Managing Director of EURIS, leading innovation agency which has offices in Germany and Croatia. And you've seen already a couple of slides with EURIS placed on them. He has over 25 years of experience in advanced research, innovation, and business management services. He was acting as an expert for business accelerator service at EIC. He was also involved in drafting the European Commission Code of Practice for the management on intellectual assets. Apart from that, he is also a founder of 8 startups, 8 startup companies, and raised over 3.5 billion euros in funds. But today he will participate in the panel as the coordinator of the European IP Help Desk. So welcome, Jörg, to our panel. Right, so on the left of Jörg is Joanna Kupka. Joanna is the Deputy Director of the Innovation and Communication Department at the Polish Patent Office. she has been involved in organizing educational, informational, promotional activities in the field of intellectual property protection, and she has been also coordinating national and international projects in these areas. She has been working with Foundation for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, implementing Authority of European Programs, and she dealt with many grant projects and was involved in consulting the entrepreneurs. So a round of applause for Joanna. And finally, the one and only Antonio Carbone. Antonio is an excellent expert in technology transfer and European research and innovation funding programs. He currently deals with deep tech venture building processes, and he is working with researchers and spin-offs to acquire these deals. He is also an expert under the Horizon Europe program committee at the EIC Innovation Ecosystem. A round of applause. All right, so the idea of this session is we will first hear presentations, short presentations from our speakers, and then after after each presentation, the idea is to have a Q&A session. So I highly recommend you encourage with our experts, as this is meant to be a little bit like a workshop session. So think about the questions. I have already prepared some questions, so I can start the conversation, so you have more time to think about. But in general, we would like your contribution also. So, okay, I think we are ready. Let's start with Madame Florentina. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pavel. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with such an esteemed panel. So it's my role to introduce this session. And I thought that after lunch we can start maybe with some pictures to get a bit in the mood. So this is the logo of our awareness raising campaign, which focuses on collaboration, and I think this has come a lot in the morning and will also come in the discussion in the afternoon. And you'll see it here even better in this complex picture, which shows where we are coming from and which are our policy aims. To connect a bit the various actors, you see a very complex knowledge valorization ecosystem in which we have together universities, we have the business, which could refer to the large companies, but also to the small ones, to the young entrepreneurial spin-offs and startups, and also the private investors, the public authorities, and the civil society, which are a bit of newer actors in the innovation landscape, but who have been very active and have an increasing role to play. So on our side as policymakers, because I am here to discuss a bit about the guidance given by the European Commission, we try to see the roles that each of them are playing and how we can connect the dots so that the ecosystem works smoother. And in order to do so, we thought that we would first do a bit of a mapping. We've already talked about who are the actors. Now, how do they work together? Because we've seen that there are so many links and so many interactions between them, but we need to have a bit of structure to see what kind of guidance and recommendations we can put in place in this structure. And what we noticed through a study conducted on the mapping on the actors, channels, and tools used, we see that first and foremost we need to reinforce business-academia collaboration, Then there is the need for creation of spin-offs and startups, and we've been discussing a bit about this in the morning. And in order to do so, the role of intermediaries and knowledge transfer professionals is very important because they speak a bit the language of both sides, academia and industry. And then, of course, citizen engagement is very important because we've been talking about broadening the scope of the impact from pure market economic impact or starting from the research excellence, then going to the market impact and broadening now to societal impact. We need to see the engagement of citizens and societal actors. And in order to do so, we look at intellectual property management, at standardization, and I think we've already seen together in the best practices presented that there is a need of standards in order for the innovative solutions to go out there. And of course, knowledge dissemination and policy uptake. And this is not all. In order to work with this very complex structure, we need some tools. I will not delve into this. The presentation will be available later. But just to mention, because I think I heard this morning the fact that we have a policy landscape, but sometimes the tools are missing. For sure, we can improve them, but we have a starting base. And talking about starting base, some of it was captured in the guidance, which started with council guidance, so where all member states came together to reach a consensus and to align a bit the views. We've discussed about cultural issues. It's not only the culture of knowledge valorization, but it's also different cultures from different directions. And this was the idea, to align it in the council recommendation. And then, based on that, the Commission wanted to provide hands-on guidance, which is targeted and tailored to the needs of beneficiaries. That's why we thought that the best way to do it is to do it together with the stakeholders, and we already know that York, for example, was part of this. It was an open call for communities of practice, so all-inclusive, which worked together to deliver these recommendations, which were later put into a structure through the Commission recommendations on intellectual assets management, standardization, industry, academia, co-creation, and citizen engagement. And you've heard this morning that we are now looking for further input about how these codes are implemented and work in practice. And we do so also having in mind what's going to come, because the policy landscape is very active, and we've heard this morning that it's nice to have a good narrative about what's happening, but also some action. So we're trying to take even further action in order to improve the landscape for startups and scale-ups to thrive. You know that the Commissioner for Research and Innovation has now the enlarged portfolio covering also startups, and a new strategy will be adopted soon on this. And then we go even further. For the first time, we are thinking about possibly binding legislation covering innovation and the European Research Area Act. So through binding legislation, which aims to provide further access to intellectual assets in order for companies to thrive, but also to look a bit at the fragmented landscape in Europe across the member states, and maybe come to this common denominator that was mentioned in some of the policy reports, the LETA report talking about a new fifth freedom, the Draghi report, and so on. So watch for these new initiatives, which will be coming throughout the year. And that now that the policy context is mentioned, I will not delve too much into the key definitions, because I think they were mentioned by many of the speakers this morning. Maybe just to insist that knowledge valorization is indeed based on linking various sectors, various types of expertise, various sectors. So it's a lot of connection building in order to profit from the wealth of knowledge. And that kind of profit is not just economic profit, not just profit for the wider research community in terms of excellence, but also for the society in terms of impact. And for that, we thought, based on the input we received in the communities of practice and from the previous reports, that we need to broaden the concept from intellectual property that was mentioned this morning and which is highly relevant for the research community, to intellectual assets, which is broader in the sense that it covers not only legally protected rights, but also those aspects which maybe do not benefit of legal protection, but are equally helpful in driving an innovative idea for further uptake. These can be data sets which are not necessarily structured, can be know-how, and so on. And with this in mind, as I was saying, we developed a code of practice on intellectual assets management, which relies on 3 pillars. And these are, first of all, we need to have an effective strategy of what intellectual assets mean, how they are managed at the level of each organization, and how they can be taken further through collaboration with the various actors in an open science and open innovation landscape. So basically open innovation when all actors come together and improve the skills to know how to use these assets. So once we have the effective strategy in place and followed, we can go to the joint research activities much more informed, because the organizations which would be cooperating in these joint research activities have their own strategies, so it would be easier to communicate and to reach an agreement on the ownership provisions which come into the project, which would go out of the project, to make sure that there could be successful follow-up in implementation by using them. So this takes me to the 3rd pillar, which is from assets creation to market. How can you do that? First of all, of course, you need to look at how the assets created in the projects would be used. But for that, you also need valuation of the intellectual property to build a concrete business plan on the one side, so for the business side, but also for the investment side, because it might be interesting to bring in more funding if you have a good valuation of intellectual property. And of course, keeping in mind always how further value could be derived from further use through licensing practices. When it comes to the strategy, you will see here a couple of main ideas which could help organizations which are trying to build their strategy, or which already have in place a strategy but they want to update it in light of the complex environment we are looking at. I will not go through the checklist, maybe just take note. It would be interesting for capacity building to look at the main aspects like the governance, the roles, of course, the types of knowledge assets and how they can be utilized, the IP evaluation, the incentives that I heard a lot about this morning, the metrics, the resources, and the funding. And another important aspect where I can think of more collaboration between the various actors is the training and skills, the awareness building, which, just for simplification, because this is another term that I heard this morning, could be somehow looked at from 2 main categories. One is the entrepreneurial approach, which is this mindset shift from pure research to more entrepreneurial thinking. And then the other one refers to the contractual and legal aspects. So for the entrepreneurial capacity building, upskilling, it's of course important to look at formal training programs, curricula, but also informal mentoring, coaching, and also sharing of best practices, mobility schemes, peer learning, which give a more concrete flavor of what a successful entrepreneurial story might look like. And then for the contractual and legal aspects, of course, you need to know the framework, which is rather complex, and I think Jorg might tell us a bit more about this later. when it comes to intellectual property and intellectual assets management. In your own country, in other countries, because we see a lot of international team building together with the research partners to make sure there is a good and fair contract in place for the sharing of revenues and also for enforcement when the case is. And this brings me to the next idea, which is that we would like to provide guidance so that all collaborative projects have clear rules in place from the very beginning, which means that there is a good track of results, not only at the end of the project, but from the very beginning, a list of what every participant brings to the project, then throughout the life cycle, what is being developed, keep track in real time, and at the end, of course, results of ownership list is actually an obligation for the beneficiaries of EU Horizon funding, but it's good in any other setup of research and innovation activities. And of course, there could be some ideas for developing templates, which are already in some settings available for the collaboration conditions, for the toolkits for collaboration, and so on. And the last part, referring to the code, before I delve into a bit of practicalities, which will be very short, refers to the market aspects, which I understand this morning is generally seen as something that could be improved in the academic world, not only here. I've heard it in many places because we are touring Europe. So in order to look at that, it would be good to keep in mind, again, this three-pillar approach with the means for control, basically looking at the due diligence, at the market operation aspects and IP valuation. Then for the valuation, it's important to have in mind some targets, which could be qualitative or quantitative. And then for the actual use, whether, for example, for an university, it might be interesting to hold the rights and try to exploit them, or to transfer them to a business partner who has more capacity, or even try some sort of cooperation. And also, if possible, have in mind socially responsible licensing, which not only derives economic benefit, but also provides more impact in terms of sustainability. And I was promising you some further practicalities support, because I heard a lot of questions in the morning panels about what type of support is there available. Well, one of them is this peer learning, sharing of best practices approach. We have a knowledge valorization platform publicly available, developed by DG Research and Innovation, where you can find a lot of practices from Europe and beyond, which can provide some insights for further development at the level of organization and each individual. I have here just a couple of examples grouped around aspects which might be interesting for upskilling, capacity building, and so on. Then I think Alessandra in the earlier panel did a great job praising the Commission. We don't hear that often, so it was a nice touch for a representative of the Commission. Indeed, we try to put in place some services. Of course, there is always more that can be done, and I think we can all work together to increase awareness. They are not always very visible to everybody. That's why I'm trying to provide some visibility on the European IP Help Desk and international ones, the booster that was presented earlier, and the Horizon Results Platform, but also the partner services, the European Union Intellectual Property Office, and the EPO, European Patent Office, which have networks, which have training programs, and which have all sorts of toolkits available. And well, just to mention that we have also conducted peer learning exercise at the level of volunteering countries, which wanted to exchange from their experiences, grouped around incentives and skills, intermediaries, networks and processes, and intellectual assets management, and you can find the reports publicly, and I think it would be a good experience to build on. And lastly, have your say through questions. Of course, I'm open to questions, but also by contributing to the online open survey, which is still open for a couple of more days until the end of May, where you can tell us how much you use the codes and what are your ideas around it, so that we can consider them for further policy actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Florentina, for the wonderful talk. So, do we have any questions from the audience already? If not, I would like to comment that I like... Oh, of course, of course.
You just showed us on one of the slides, maybe 2 minutes ago, different possibilities. We can use some educational tools. If we click to the knowledge valorization platform, can we get this there? Yes?
The best practices are available in the repository of best practices on the knowledge valorization platform. Otherwise, some of the tools are available on the pages dealing with funding, because most of the beneficiaries go there as a first point of contact. So for sure you can find them on the Europa web pages.
Okay, so if I may ask one question, I really like the idea of knowledge valorization is linking the actors. I think it's really true, and these links are important. You've shown us a lot of opportunities that we can access different types of tools and recommendations and so on. I'd like to ask from a different side, in your opinion, what are the main challenges an institution, like a research institution in Poland, faces when trying to implement knowledge valorization regulations? What would be, in your take on the most challenging parts?
I'm in a difficult position right now because you are asking me about the viewpoint of
a Polish institution,
of the addressees of our recommendations, and we are still gathering input on the survey on the codes of practice. But what we've seen so far, because we've been touring the capitals and we've been hearing the stakeholders tell us about their views, is first of all, there is this culture aspect which was discussed in the morning, in the sense that there needs to be more awareness about the entrepreneurial culture at all levels. Also, the various actors have different timings, have different perspectives, have different languages. We know, for example, the business world acts much more quickly, whereas for developing innovation from basic fundamental research up to the late stage, it takes time because it needs validation. So there needs to be, as you said, more connection, more awareness raising, more matchmaking opportunities, more training, mentoring, mobility schemes, and this is one of the things that was mentioned in the mutual learning exercise that I was talking about, maybe these exchanges of information. And of course, when we talk about skills, we need the technical skills, like how to deal with intellectual property and intellectual assets, but also more business skills, soft skills, and there are some tools that the Commission is putting forward, such as competency frameworks and so on, that could help in capacity building, because this is another thing. Technology transfer officers throughout Europe are not equalized in terms of skills and outreach. So this would also be one big challenge. And for that, now I'm looking at a solution because I have a very solution-oriented approach. And when there are challenges, let's think about some solutions as well. We are trying to help as much as we can, and a new work program, which was published very recently for the widening part, contains two topics which deal with intermediaries, fostering mobility, fostering networks, so you can have a look there.
Yeah. Thank you. No further questions? So we can, I think we are on schedule, so we can go and please welcome Jörg Scherer.
Good afternoon, and big thank you to Florentina. You set the scene, actually. We heard a lot about the framework for managing intellectual assets in European funded projects, but also beyond. And of course, the message we would like to deliver to you is that there are already a number of support actions, services around. And the one I'm going to present to you is the European IP Help Desk. So it's a very old one, actually. I started working for the Help Desk nearly 20 years ago. So it's really a long history of, it used to be the European IPR Help Desk, because actually at the time it was very much about rights, and now it's about assets. I think Florentina made the point that it's a much broader understanding that we are not only develop and generate IP rights when we are doing research, but of course we are sharing knowledge. And my question to you would be, who knows about the European IP Help Desk or was even using some of our services? A few? It's okay. And who already participated in a European, in Horizon or European funded R&I proposal or project? You have some experiences on that? Okay, thank you. And who is not researcher or intermediary, or let's say, who is from a company, startup, or industry? Ah, there's one. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to start with the family of the IP Help Desk. It's not only the European IP Help Desk, this was mentioned before. There are many different help desks. There are also international help desks. So whenever you do research, of course, there might be also, or you do business as a European SME, of course, you might have questions related to the flow of knowledge from one country to in Europe to a country outside Europe, or you are dealing with, let's say, licensing intellectual assets to a place outside Europe. And there are help desks for the different regions, which might help you also to have a better understanding of, for example, also to file a patent outside Europe. This is all available. But I'm focusing on the European IP Help Desk, and actually it's, of course, since a long time, it's a service of the European Commission, and it's for beneficiaries, any kind of beneficiary, an SME, a startup, a researcher being involved in European funded projects. But also, if you are a researcher outside a European funded project, of course, you may use the services, and I will present them. And it's hands-on. So I'm not a legal person. I'm not going to make a legal talk here. It's really to use intellectual assets for strategic purposes. Strategic purposes are not only commercial purposes, could also be the use of assets for further research, because it's a fair kind of, let's say, use of research outputs that you would like to get that, of course, available for additional projects or for teaching or for standardization, but also for commercial use, of course. And there might be many questions related when it comes in particular to be involved in collaborative research, which means bringing together different players with a different background, coming from a university, from a research organization, from a smaller business or a larger business. And that's actually, we could say it's a little bit unfair, because if you work with a larger corporate, from the pharma, for example, they have a lot of legal support they have people being experts when it gets to IP management, which is not the case actually for the researcher, for the innovator, for the startup, for the SME. That's actually, there are initiatives like the European IP Help Desk, but also the Booster we heard about, which helps you to gain the same kind of understanding. And the idea of the European Commission is that really that the whole European research area is developing a better competence and capacities in dealing with intellectual assets, which means training, which means capacity building, but also having services in place which can help you to deliver first-hand advice. But of course, at the end of the day, it's not about a legally binding advice. We have to be, there are professionals in the field. When it gets filing patents, when it gets, of course, licensing agreements and so on, of course, we advise people, of course, to make use of this whole system of IP professionals in Europe. So we are not replacing them. Actually, we are doing a job in order really to raise awareness that there is a need for having those people and those activities in place. So the valorization channels, actually we've been talking about that. There are many ways to leverage on your research outputs. And of course, I have to say, when we look at Horizon Europe, there is a huge flexibility in select your own way to make use of your results. There are the standard ones like using research outputs, of course, for academic teaching and for further research. But also, of course, you might engage in additional collaborations with partners from your consortium or starting to design a new collaboration framework. And of course, there is the chance to start a new company. And of course, there's a way really to disseminate your knowledge, for example, also by using licensing. So there are many ways, and actually what we see here, but also policy making is another way to exploit your results, to valorize your results. And actually the different code of practices are designed in a way that they cover a wider field of different ways to valorize on your intellectual assets. And if we talk to people being not in fields, let's say, which are, let's say, prepared for filing patents, because let's say we have many projects in social sciences which are not dealing with technology development, but nevertheless, either then exploitation plans or let's say sustainability plans are also aiming about how to manage the sharing of knowledge in the consortium, and even more, how to make use of the knowledge beyond the project duration. Because we are all running in, or all working in European funded projects under the same legal setting or the legal framework, which is the grant agreement. But the grant agreement is not detailing in really how you're going to make the results available to the broader public. It's up to you to find a way saying it's more proprietary use, so that some companies are using technology for their business, or it's very open. So, and then of course you have to design the IP management or the intellectual asset management in your consortium in a way that it allows open sharing. You have to have the right kind of licenses. And if you work in the project, then of course you share the information among the partners in the consortium freely. Of course, we are not asking for a license if you meet them in a consortium meeting. However, all those rules are finishing usually 1 year after the project closure. And then you have to have something in place, additional agreements, like joint ownership agreements or licensing agreements, which allow you really to continue working with the results you generated in a project. And one of the things actually we see also is important, that we would not like really to give the floor only to legal experts when it gets to this, for example, to the question, what is the knowledge brought into the project, the so-called background knowledge? It's one of the, let's say, usual question we get is, of course, how do we manage that? So there are 10, 15 partners bringing a bunch of knowledge assets, of intellectual assets, somehow legally protected, somehow actually it's tacit knowledge or it's soft knowledge into a project, and then we are generating together new knowledge. And at the end of the day, you have to make a decision, okay, who's allowed to use that? And even that's a basic question also. And even that kind of, let's say, D&E platforms like the Horizon Results platform also only works properly if there is a clear identification of an ownership. Because no investor, no partner who is interested in taking up the knowledge from a joint R&I project would get into that game if it's not clear that he or she knows the owner. She doesn't want really to get into troubles. So that's important really to see that it's not just something for the legal persons. Sometimes we need the innovators, we need the researchers, we need the companies that they are really doing a good job when they identify their background, when they get into that. That's why whenever you start a project in Horizon Europe, you need to identify your knowledge, the list of backgrounds, whatever. There are different ways to do it, but you need to do that. And it's really important that it avoids a lot of, let's say, problems and troubles at a later stage. And there are the code of practice being presented by Florentina as well means the three actors, I think there's 3 pillars. You run through them. I think it's just starting by establishing a good strategy. Just one point here. You may expect that the organizations participating in a joint project have already an IP strategy. You really should have it. I mean, if you work with Fraunhofer, if you work with other big ITOs, of course they have their strategy. And it's important to understand what is their usual practice and what is their interest when they enter in such a collaboration. For example, Fraunhofer usually has very much interest in licensing out the technology rather than going into startups. Others might act differently. Others say, we are not interested really to enter into the business phase, but of course we would like to get a compensation for the knowledge we bring into that new business run by a different person or a different institution. So that's the kind of question we see. And then to manage it during the implementation, another practical issue here is to have a good, let's say, guide for publications. Because, of course, if there is a chance to protect the intellectual assets for further commercialization, you need to have a publication strategy in place. So there's a clear rule who is involved in publications and how to inform the other partners in the consortium when you plan to publish the results. So that there's also a chance for the other partners to make a veto or just asking for clarification, so that there is no kind of, let's say, there are no problems coming up by, let's say, uncoordinated publications. And so the kind of resources and tools we are offering are manifold, and there are many publications in place. I'm just going through, and the next stage is the helpline. So actually, I think this is an important tool, that we have real people there, legal persons, and they answer to an individual question. So we don't take a legal position. We are not negotiating for you. However, if you have a question, for example, related to the compliance with the EC rules, to say, okay, is that in line with the grant agreement? Is that in line with the consortium agreement? Or you ask for best practice. So then the colleagues in the helpline help you really to get some guidance on that. And I think it's really additional to the wide range of training formats and communication formats we are offering. So, and the usual structure of our resources are the IP basics. So really to get introduction to what is a patent, what are the IP rights, so that you really, but then actually, and this is a particular, let's say, strength of the IP helpdesk, is really that it also helps you to navigate IP management in collaborative R&I settings, like in the Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe. But it's not stopping there, but then of course there are specific capacity building measures also related. So what are you going to do with results when you would like to start a business, or you would like to start into licensing negotiations and so on. And the training actually is a big power tool of the help desk. So usually we have about, or even more than 10,000 people in our training per year. So it's all online. So it's really, there are more or less, I think every week, there are webinars, and we have the different target groups. Either you are a researcher, you are a startup, or you are an intermediate person. You might find the relevant training in your in our overview. And if you go to the website, actually the website is hosted by the European Commission, but if you look for European IP Helpdesk, you will immediately get to also to our training platform where you can find the schedule of the next training activities. And if you are involved in a Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020 project also, you might also find specific trainings related to the specific instruments. Because of course, IP management differs a lot, whether you are involved in a PhD doctoral network or you are involved in an innovation action, which has a high TRL and goes really in the direction prototyping and getting something to the market, or you work in an ERC, which is more on fundamental research. So, and then also it's not just the financial instrument, but it's also about the thematic areas. So we have happy to see that we have a large list of experts, which also provide specific sessions for researchers, innovators in different scientific areas. And we also try to link up with other initiatives in the field, so like the Horizon Results platform. Also, we do events together, the same with our colleagues from the European Patent Office, from the EIC. So then actually it's more business oriented. It's more really upscaling of high growth SMEs. So that's, I would say, quite a wide range of different training courses, sometimes even advanced training courses in negotiating licenses, and that's all done free of charge. So of course it's fully backed by the Commission. And I'm also proud to say that we have a larger outreach to the member states by a network of ambassadors. So we have ambassadors in all the European member states. We have, of course, also from Stettin, somebody from Poland. I have to say that this is a collaboration between the European IP Helpdesk and the Enterprise Europe network. So all the experts have to be enrolled. But if you know an EAN colleague here in Poland, we would be happy. If we would have a second or a third person, as Poland is a large country, being an ambassador in our team. Last but not least, also would like to mention specific topics which are dealing with specific aspects of managing intellectual assets. So there are other additional projects which are dealing with the management of intellectual assets in the context of open science, because we know that's a big issue. Because actually there are different principles in Horizon, and at first sight you might say they are somehow contradictory. How to protect IP, how to protect intellectual assets for commercial use. At the same time, you are asked to share your data, to be involved in open science, open access, and so on. But of course, it's just a question of management. It's not that you cannot do that, of course, but it's important. And even it's also requested when you apply for a collaborative project in Horizon Europe that you already outline your strategy for addressing open science aspects in the same way how to manage intellectual assets. It's a part of the application form, but also later on in the whole set of deliverables there is a plan for dissemination, exploitation, IP management. So it's not that this is just something which is nice to have. It's really important that you address that properly in order to, when you apply and when you implement collaborative projects. So the same is then also, there's another one, actually it's coordinated by the colleagues from Meta. It's about also, it's more related to our colleagues from the TTOs. So to provide and develop them tools, how to deal really with research outputs, get them to the market. And there is another topic which is dealing with social responsible licensing and impact licensing. There are also 2 projects funded in that. And I found that very interesting also to say that really this is, and I think hopefully also in the next framework program we see that we are not only thinking in commercial use. It's really important. Also social entrepreneurship, or the dual use, which I like very much actually to say, that's the idea of impact licensing. It's that there is a first use for, let's say, commercial applications, but some technologies might also have a second use, and you use them also for impact purposes or societal value creation. And that's also a nice, I would say, valorization practice, which is a good example to, which you can also implement in your project. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your patience being with us in the afternoon, and yeah, happy to receive your questions.
Any questions from the audience and from our panelists? Okay, so maybe I can ask a quick question, maybe a little bit tricky one. So we've shown a lot of advices for consortia building and preparation of the documents and so on. So would these exploitation strategies, how are they mostly used, or maybe in another way, what are the most underused, overlooked exploitation strategies by the research teams?
And the mostly used are definitely using the results for further teaching and for further research. I think there is no way, and for publications. It's very underused when it gets to standards. We see that really, that's really the Commission asks sometimes if they clearly see that there needs to be a relation to a standard, then of course you have to refer to that. And even I would really strongly encourage really to make some thoughts about licensing strategies. It's really, licensing is such a flexible actually tool to make, really to give others the right to make use of your results in exactly the way you would like this to be happen. Really, you can really design the licenses in a way that you have rights to get it, return rights. You can divide between different geographical areas, with different, let's say, areas of use. So actually, it's a strategic tool. It's not a legal tool. People think, oh my God, licensing, that's the legal. It's a strategic tool. You can really make good decisions with that. And another actually last advice is from my side, be careful if you plan a project to the way you are planned in the different work packages, with scientific work packages, technological work packages, because working in collaboration with other partners does not automatically mean that you have to share your results generated with everybody. But if you work in the same work package, if you are related to some tasks, then of course there is joint ownership. And that always gets into discussions. And sometimes we see that people say, okay, actually, I was not aware that they put me in that work package. It happened, whatever. But now I have to see how I'm negotiating with my background and foregrounds or from that work. So be a little bit careful and make some thought about how you bring your assets and your knowledge into such a collaboration. Yeah.
Fantastic, Jörg. Thank you for your intervention. So we turn our heads to Joanna. Let's see the Patent Office of Poland.
Thank you. I will try to be kind to Antonio, who will be next after me, because we are just behind the schedule. So we have to somehow share the time which is left. So I must confess something. I really love and enjoy the topic I will speak about. So it's not so easy to speak very shortly about it. But maybe before I start, I would like to somehow relate to what was already said during this conference, and especially by Florentina. We heard a lot about intellectual property today, and a lot about strategical point of view, that we should raise awareness, we should educate, and the knowledge is important. And Jörg, just before me, he shared the example how you can do it. And I will also do similarly. I will share how the Polish Patent Office is doing raising awareness activities, and in what way we support the so-called IP users. Okay, here is the title of my presentation, Polish Patent Office at your service. It means we really cordially invite you to come to Polish Patent Office. We really are very happy to speak to people and to help people. So our competencies are not only to receive the applications, for example, for patent, for trademark, and so on, and to protect IP rights. Of course, this is our main mandate, but we also deal with litigation proceedings, and we collect the information about intellectual property rights, and we disseminate knowledge about patents, trademarks, designs, and so on and so on. So these are the industrial property rights which we protect. I'm not certain if we have anybody here apart from our panelists, of course, who are from outside Poland, but I would like to tell you that many often we come across the people who come to our office, they think that we are responsible only for patenting inventions, but this is maybe wrong name of our institutions. We are Patent Office of the Republic of Poland, but in fact we have the mandate to protect all industrial property objects. And you have all of them here on the list. And I must tell you the biggest number of applicants who come to us, these are the people who want to protect their trademarks. So this is the most common object. Yeah, I think it's very important. I will not speak for long about all these statistics, but just to give you the impression how many IP rights we have valid at the moment, how many applications we got, for example, in 2024. So let's continue. We are short of time. Yes, and now a little bit my personal reflection. I have been in the Polish Patent Office for almost 14 years now, and my reflection is that more than 10 years ago, we had to convince entrepreneurs and policymakers and scientists, please invite us for your conference. Please invite us. We will go to your region. We can share with you what the Polish Patent Office is doing. We can educate you on intellectual property. This is our mission. We really want to help you. We really want to support you. So we were like somehow pushing ourselves to different institutions and entrepreneurs. Please invite us. We are willing to come. And over the last few years, the situation changed a lot. And it's really a great joy that people are somehow aware that intellectual property is very crucial, it's very important, and we nowadays we get so many invitations that we can hardly cope up with this. You know, they want to be trained, and we have schools coming to us, universities inviting us, and so on. So it's my personal reflection, and very connected, very practical with sharing knowledge on IP. So these are the various target groups. So of course, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs are included. Public administration, we already heard during the earlier panel about policymakers. And this is very important to show them that intellectual property can have a great impact on economics, on competitiveness of companies in the European Union and so on. So we also try to be where the public administration is. Of course, scientists, these are the ones who perform research. Mainly IP professionals. These are, for example, patent attorneys or legal advisors who are very close to scientists, they are very close to entrepreneurs, and they have to also know more about intellectual property. For the last few years, we started to organize trainings for journalists because so far, maybe a few years ago, it was quite common, at least in Poland, to read an article in the newspaper and the journalist was writing about patenting trademarks. So this knowledge was not so obvious to journalists, and intellectual property, and especially some technical issues connected with patents. They seem to be very complicated, very difficult, and not user-friendly for journalists, at least in Poland. So we try to educate them, and by this we encourage them to write a little more in the user-friendly way to entrepreneurs about these topics. And this is, let's say, train the trainers activity. If we train them, they can share the knowledge further on. So there is a strategy behind it. And of course, children and youngsters. We speak much about scientists, about entrepreneurs, but our children, our teenagers, they are the future SMEs. So we have to remember about these groups when we think about raising of IP awareness. So, bringing the bridge between the support offered by the Polish Patent Office and the theme of the title of today's conference, I put the question, in what way the Polish Patent Office impacts the society and supports the knowledge on innovation? Okay, I'm taking too long. So, now I will click a lot of photos. One of the ways is that we have databases on our website, and you can find there the information about applications, but also about, for example, granted patents and protected designs and so on. So this is a very good source of information. There is another interesting tool which is under construction, and it will be ready next year. It will be case law platform, case law connected with litigation from the Polish Patent Office. And these are a few examples of our IP raising awareness activities. Of course, conferences, webinars, and so on and so on. These are the examples of the photos from the events organized in the Polish Patent Office. I will not speak long. I'm going quickly. Then youngsters and teenagers, so we have Noc Muzeów, Patent by Night. This is the name of our Noc Muzeów, the Night of Museums. Then we participate also in the IP in Education Network, coordinated by, already mentioned by Florentina, EU IPO, European Union Intellectual Property Office. So we meet regularly, IP offices in the European Union and ministries of education, and we exchange good practices. How to bring IP into schools at different levels. These are the examples of IP awareness projects. Two of them dedicated to SMEs. The one on the top dedicated to school teachers and students, because if we train the teachers, then they can share the knowledge again with the students. We also have front office located in our headquarters in Warsaw, information center, and few statistics for the last year, how many people came and asked questions. You can find free brochures on our website, e-learning platform, short video recordings, and last year, for the first time, we had the experience to cooperate with the influencer, and by this action, we wanted to reach a new target group, people interested in technology, youngsters, teenagers, and so on. And please visit our social media. We don't only inform about our trainings, our conferences, and about our president's activities, but also about some very light posts. For example, if tomorrow we will have International Day of Day and Cat, then probably you will find the post about what you can patent connected with dog and cat. So by this, people, read this, and this is also education on IP step by step. So that's all from my side. Antonio, I hope I didn't take your time.
No. Thank you so much. So, short question from the audience? No. From the panelists? Don't see. So maybe a short question from a researcher perspective. You've shown a lot of online resources, databases, and so on and so on. So how would you feel to use these resources for finding the links that Florentina was mentioning? So finding partners, finding collaborators, finding companies that would be interested in inventions.
Yeah, I didn't have much time to speak about databases, but in fact they are really excellent source of information about new technology. For example, if I am a researcher in technology ABC, I don't know, any technology, and I need some inspiration, what my competitors are working on, I can easily get to any database on patents or even on patent applications. Probably you know that the information about patent information is revealed after 18 months since the person applied to the specific patent office. So by getting to the database, you can find information who is working on what. Or you can keep an eye on the competitor, for example. You can get inspiration that maybe this is the direction you can develop your own technology. Yeah, so to put it shortly.
Excellent, excellent. And our final speaker, Antonio, please join us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Let me thank all the organizers for inviting me today and also yesterday. If there was still, I have a presentation, but after 2 days together, if there was still any need, there is the first slide. Here is our former president of European Central Bank and former Italian Prime Minister, Mr. Mario Draghi, to remind us how hot the themes of knowledge valorization, the themes of valorization of research results, the theme of IP management and exploitation is hot. I'm not going to list our strengths or weaknesses in Europe about knowledge valorization, but let me say that behind the pressing policy and strategic orientation, there are already some actions in place at EU level, as we have seen, but also at a national level. I don't know if we can start with my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, I can. Okay. Here an extract of Mr. Mario Draghi's report from last September on behalf of European Commission. And of course, it is inspiring some next steps also in terms of the next framework program, FP10, if any framework program will be in place. But beside policy, strategic orientations, some other initiatives are already in place. Here we are still in the frame of EU context. We talk about European Innovation Council, EIC, which is one of the, let me say, instruments. There are many instruments under EIC, but it's one of the main instruments to close the innovation gap and also to bridge the so-called gap between research and markets. And this is a statement from EIC board 10, 15 days ago with 3 main recommendations in order to foster the so-called synergies. First, I heard these recommendations since last 15 years maybe, but foster synergies between structural funds and direct funds. But there are already now action in place, like the one from Lithuanian, where ESC is a good opportunity to manage some national or regional or structural money according to the EU direct funding rules, including higher funding rates. ESC is a very competitive race. Many applicants, many researchers, many startups are able to apply with relevant, excellent proposals, but budget available is not enough. This is why there is the so-called Seal of Excellence that allow ministry and regions to fund, like you did in Poland over the last few years, those researchers, those startups that applied at EU level. Third, for the ESC accelerator, for the scale-up funding schemes of the ESC, some regional programs or regional funds or national programs can be certified to further push, let me say, the national champions towards, let's say, the EU Champions League, as somebody called the EIC. Now, I will spend next few minutes to talk about a couple of case studies from Italy. Italy is not properly the champion, the top class country when we talk about knowledge valorization, but over the last few years, even thanks to our national next generation plan, we invested a lot on the knowledge valorization, tech transfer, let's say the first value of that. We invested like 6 billion euros across a number of initiatives, maybe too much, but some of them we can say that are already quite successful. In terms of capacity building, I heard some formula which are the successful formula, like train the trainers, capacity building. Perfetto is a perfect TTO. Perfetto is perfect, exactly perfect in Italian. Is a new network grouping 54 organizations in Italy in the fields of life sciences. In particular, the TTOs or the KTOs are involved, of those organizations are involved in the project. I will skip this slide. It's a project of 3 years that should be sustainable from next year when public funding will be over. But as you can see, this is a more or less traditional working plan of an Horizon CSA, for instance. There are a number of core activities, a number of work packages. I will focus now on the TT Accelerator program. I think it's quite interesting because according to the Train the Trainers formula, basically the 54 TTOs have to select promising idea from their researchers organization. Usually, at least in Italy, but I think the numbers are quite similar in Europe as average, TTOs do not have enough resources, enough staff, enough personnel to, let's say, fully support the researchers under their own organization. In Italy, the average FTE of personnel under TTO is 2.7. It's not enough. There are plenty of job in terms of contracts, spin-offs, establishing spin-offs, patenting, and so on. But TTO and KTOs must do more, must support also the researchers from the very beginning, from the identification of the market potential of the technologies, of the IP, of research. This is why under Perfetto, under this Work Package 5 accelerator, a number of external mentors and tutors have been contracted. They work together with researchers and the TTO's officers, even in terms of training, but to develop concrete action plans to further develop that idea, that research. So they can offer specialized services, specialized expertise in terms of business planning, in terms of pharma development plan. When we talk about life science, especially pharma. Life sciences, of course, is a huge word with different subdomains, with different rules, with different time to market, with different funding needs. That's why the outsourcing towards a number of consultancy, freelance experts, from Deloitte to small IP legal studies, is working here. And in the end of the 6 months journey, researchers will pitch, of course, in front of a selecting number of life science investors and life sciences large corporation. The first cycle of the Perfetto Accelerator is over now. First startups were born in the end of this journey. First investments came in a couple of those startups, which are first results, but maybe the best validation in such a short time of the good job they did so far. And maybe this is something that you can reply in other regions or countries. Of course, you need money. This is a project of 15 million euros. Maybe less millions are enough to make a good job. But again, 54 partners from universities, from research centers, from hospital companies is a huge number, because then, of course, each of them do have hundreds and hundreds of researchers. So selection is the key. Second case studies. It's our Italian National Innovation Fund, led by and run by our national promotional institutions. CDP stands for Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. It's like your Polish development bank. 5 years ago, so even before the Next Generation Plan, thanks to a very strong policy input, they launched the National Innovation Fund with a number of funds to support startups across the old value chain, old life cycle. As you can see from this slide, there are 9 funds. Each fund do have its own investment strategy, do address its own stages of development. We're talking about, in 5 years, around 5 billion euros invested and pre-allocated. It's not enough. It's not yet enough. Other countries can invest more and more. But till 5 years ago, our VC universe was quite, let's say, at very early stage. Now, thanks to the public hand, we increase a lot our performance. 5 micro areas of this National Innovation Fund. There are 2 main mechanisms. From one hand, they can invest directly in startups. On the other hand, they can invest in private venture capital in order to increase the number of VC funds operating in Italy. Some of the direct investments are addressing to, this is a magic word maybe, proof of concept phase. So even before the establishing of a company, so the direct beneficiaries are researchers, are research team, and one of the CDP venture innovation fund is called Tech Transfer Fund. There is a strong collaboration with some universities and research centers in Italy. They provide fuel, for the engine. There is strong collaboration with industrial partners, with technical partners running the life of this tech transfer fund. And again, the first investment up to 200, 500,000 euros can come even before the company, the spin-off, the startup establishment, through a convertible. I don't want to go in technical details, but if the startup, after 12, 18 months of proof of concept will be established, the fund will acquire some shares. There are 5 tech transfer funds, 5 tech transfer hubs on pharma and life science, on sustainability, on agriculture, agri-tech, on aerospace, and of course on AI. Again, this is like kind of final message on my side. Proof of concept is the keyword, is the magic word. Funding are needed, might be grant, might be equity or quasi-equity, as in this case, but we need money and also expertise to go beyond the, let me say, the pure technological scientific background. So those initiatives are useful, both Perfetto and our National Innovation Fund, because a part of money, in the case of Perfetto, the external services are paid by the project, because they provide additional expertise that usually researchers cannot offer. Are very, very useful. All the programs, all the entrepreneurial IP, all the make awareness programs and training, but also, let's say, strategic partnership are very, very important. Last slide, but not least, from one of the tech transfer fund in Italy, I know that a new solution by exploiting, of course, AI are under development. They will be releasing, I think, in a few weeks. And some of them are already addressing to facilitate, speed up, let me say, the tech transfer processes. We're talking about software as a service platform. We're talking about NLP, large language model. So conversational AI agent that will not replace any TTO or KTO, but will be another support always available for TTOs, for researchers, to better, let's say, approach exploitation issues. We can go much more into detail even in the end of the session or during the networking cocktail, of course. But I think that we have to pay attention to next developments through AI, because can be a very strong support to speed up everything in terms of knowledge valorization. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Antonio. Last questions before we end? Yes, Florentina.
It's actually just a short remark, because Antonio gave me the occasion, talking about awareness raising and this peer learning cross-fertilization. The next event in our awareness raising campaign is in Milan, Italy, on the 6th of June, so next Friday. You can also join online if you don't plan a trip to Milan. And it might be an interesting exchange of information.
All right. Also a short comment that maybe the Perfetto project has some parallels with our Polish Porozumienia Akademickich Centrów Transferu Technologii, agreement of Polish transfer offices, and so on. So this looks pretty the same. So there are probably some crossings between the projects.
Maybe in the towards the sustainability of both the initiatives,
they should.
We can also think to scale up further at the EU level.
Right.
Next few months. Why not?
Why not? Jörg?
Yeah, I have a question actually, because what I noticed many times is actually that there is a world of grants, there's a world of public funding coming to researchers, coming to startups, but actually it's somehow divided to the capital investment. So actually, but both could be highly synergetic, and actually it's what I see now in the regional innovation strategies designed by many European regions, that actually there are less efforts, or I would say not enough efforts taken really to combine the two in a synergetic way, because it's not the one or the other. So they could ideally set up or start up by using public grants strategically, in the same time being ready for investor, let's say, collaboration at the same time. I mean, how do you see that?
It's a very important point first. I just build up on my presentation by saying that the Tech Transfer Fund in Italy, for instance, is certified by the EIC accelerator, which is not enough, but it's a way to start establishing, let's say, these synergies. Now, I don't know if we can talk about financial engineering, because public grant is, let's say, mandatory for the lower TRL, for the earlier stages, but up to, let's say, the pre-commercial stages, but it's not enough. You need a strategy, because the timing and the timeline of a grant is different than private capital timing. I'm working on public grants since 15 years, so it's my home, but it's a little bit slower than the investor's approach. So you need a long-term business plan, you can be able to mix different sources and financial sources. A grant, I think, is perfect to de-risk, to make de-risking, even because many times we talk about deep tech. Deep tech, by definition, is something long cycle of innovation, capital intensive, and so on. So private capital cannot do everything alone, especially in the first stages. They will not invest in the first stages. Public grant is the answer. Is the answer till 1 second before the market, but I would say that from the first prototype, from the MVP onwards, you need to mix up with additional private funding. And when we talk about the first value of that in terms of tech transfer, of course, also some researchers will turn into entrepreneurs, and the mindset will change, must be changed. Otherwise, there are other seats in a new established company, CTO, technical advisory, maybe there are PhDs happy to join a new established company. There are several solutions that you can approach.
Okay, so I think we are past our time, so we have to wrap up the session. If I would, if you would allow me, for each of our panelists, one short sentence summarizing their remarks. I would say that Florentina, you, for me, a takeaway message is talking to each other, so linking. So the knowledge valorization is the link between people, right? And this was emphasized also by a previous talk in Malaysia, which was showcasing these wonderful innovations which had problems in the uptake. With Jörg, I would say for me it's strategic thinking. I would say that be prepared is the message that you are conveying. With Joanna, of course, education and the tools that can be used in different ways, not only to see the patterns, but also to find solutions and to be inspired. And Antonio, I would say proof of concept and the synergy between public and private funding. That's the takeaway. For me, at least. I hope you enjoyed the session. I told you there will be a lot of knowledge transfer, practical things. So thank you for sticking with us again. And yeah, please enjoy. Thank you. So if you have further more questions, the panelists are for your
those of you who remain with us until this very last moment. And we have just finalized 2 parallel workshops, one dedicated to the skills which are necessary in the ecosystem collaboration, and the other one related to the collaboration between academia and industry. And now I would like to invite the moderators for presenting you the conclusions and the outcomes of those sessions. As the first one, Krzysztof Lipiec, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I was really looking forward to the session that we just have finished, because I've been dealing with innovation policy for the last almost 25 years, and ever since I started, I heard that science and industry need to find a language to understand each other and cooperate better. So our session was about cooperation in knowledge valorization. And I was really curious what our contributors would say that I haven't heard before. And actually, I was not disappointed. We raised several points here, and obviously the issue of science and technology and business and administration cooperation is not solved yet. But it doesn't mean that we haven't made any progress for these 25 years. So we started, maybe I will not report in a order that the presentations were made, but from the industry, that is a very important part of knowledge valorization. So we had a company explaining me that what I actually very much agree with, that technology valorization is not a linear process. So it's not like we used to have in books 20, 30, and 40 years ago, that first we create knowledge and then we commercialize it and use it, and that's how it should work. We learned that something that we all, I guess, know somewhere inside us, that it's an ongoing process of endless feedback loops, and we are progressing in these feedback loops. So we start small, and then we grow bigger. This cooperation is getting more and more intense, and in the end, we reach the point where we also develop new skills, new knowledge inside of the company, and then feed it back, and also generate new human potential as well through this process. And also that industry learns how to formulate questions that are basically research questions, so that they communicate better. I think it's a very interesting way to put it in words, that industry has to learn how to formulate research questions. And then we had quite a long workshop about how to put this into practice, what soft skills, processes, and methods we can use to actually make this process run smoothly and flawlessly. So I'm not able to repeat all of it, because, as I said during the break, like every slide was packed with different hints. But what was important there is that the method of cooperation canvas, what elements need to be fulfilled in order to set up a successful cooperation, and then for innovation ecosystems as well, the canvas with the puzzles that we need every puzzle actually to get the whole picture, like in the puzzles that we sometimes play with our children. So, and the last but certainly not least presentation was one from the European Commission, when we learned about codes of practice, different codes of practice that were developed with communities of practice that can help us how to proceed in different ways of dealing with knowledge valorization. And not to take too much time here, I think it's best if I encourage you to have a look at these documents, which are full of interesting content. And also, my general impression from this workshop is that we are doing quite well, because every presenter actually showed us several success stories that are very heartwarming. We just need to do more of these practices and do them faster, and we will be all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof. And now it's time for the second moderator, Paweł Siedlecki. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you to the organizers for having a wonderful conference on knowledge valorization, which I am proud to be part of. We had a session dedicated to skills and capacities for knowledge valorization. So our panelists talked a lot about the infrastructure or the capacities that we can use to ease the process of valorization. And we've heard a lot about the work that was done by the European Commission. We heard about the IP help desk that the European Commission supports. We've also heard from the Polish Patent Office, representative of the Polish Patent Office. And finally, our last speaker talked about specific resources that are available in Italy, which can be, which in a kind of way mirror the things that we are doing in Poland in the technology transfer offices. So without going into details, I would convey the messages of our four panelists. First of all, that for the skills, it is important to be able to talk to each other. So the linking the actors together in order to better valorize the inventions that we have. From another panelist, we heard that we need to be prepared before it actually happens. We have to have strategic thinking, and we need to apply the tools that we currently have in order to be prepared for the things that come. Finally, we heard a lot about the educational effect and the tools that can be used for improving the process, but also searching for inspiration and collaborations among the actors. And finally, our last panelist highlighted the importance of the proof of concept, which is something that the industrial commercial partners seek, and without them, they are not really interested in or less interested in the invention. So I would wrap up by saying that all of these skills and capacities have to come together in order to for the process of valorization of science to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So our event is coming to an end, and before I will provide the floor to Professor Lalak, Deputy Rector of the University of Warsaw, let me just say a few words at the end on behalf of Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology and myself. So first of all, I would like to thank a lot to the colleagues from the European Commission, Yanis and Florentina, to approaching us some months ago with the idea for organization of the Knowledge Valorization Day in Poland. Thank you very much. It was a great collaboration. And we made it, I would also like to thank all the speakers and panelists, in particular to the colleagues who came to us from abroad, and they also you are bringing with yourself not only fantastic case studies, but also a great energy and possibilities for the future collaboration with the Polish community. Thank you very much. Thank you as well to the Polish speakers with all the case studies, with the reflection and discussion. I think it was really fruitful, and now our goal will be as well to prepare a summary of the event. The recordings will be available to you, presentations will be available to you, but our intention is as well to collect all the thoughts and ideas, and also to prepare a kind of a written summary with recommendation. And last but not least, of course, the great thank to the University of Warsaw with fantastic logistic organization, support, and all the good energy and spirit. And Professor Lalak, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, I hope I can name you this way. After this 2 days of successful deliberations, lively debates, and very interesting keynotes. This is a great honor for the University of Warsaw to host such an event and to host distinguished guests from many places, and especially from the sector which is not that often invited to the university meetings. I mean people from administration, from the offices of European Union, high-ranking officers who decided, who were willing to share with us their experience and their knowledge about the processes which are going highly, well, sometimes unnoticed above our heads. I am also very grateful to the representatives of various institutions who are busy on the daily basis with innovations, meant innovations beyond the standard university academic practice. Especially today, I mean, the topic we have touched upon is a very important one. I mean, it sounds strange, valorization, especially in the academic circles. However, it is one of the most important issues which shall determine our future, the future of academia, the future of universities and higher education establishments. Because knowledge is most important, shows its value when it is used to a good purpose, of course. But we have to organize the whole network of people who know how to popularize knowledge, who know how to reach with our inventions, with our findings, how to reach people who can make those findings and those inventions work, who can put our ideas into life, into practical solutions which can be used in academia and outside the academia. So it is great pleasure that University of Warsaw had an opportunity to contribute to this ongoing discussion. I am sure this is beginning, not the end, that such meetings will happen very often in near future, not only here at our university, but in many institutions, Polish and European. And I am sure we all will be will be subjects of such to such debates, and also sometimes perhaps decision makers at various instances. So I am very grateful to all our panelists, to our visitors, our guests, our keynote speakers, and I have to express my great and deep gratitude to the Chamber of High Technologies, represented here by the President of the Chamber and Vice President of the Chamber. I mean, this was your initiative. You came to me many months ago with the idea of organizing such an event, of spending our money and our time, which is even more valuable, on discussing commercialization and discussing valorization. And I think that was a great idea, and I am very thankful. And well, without you, this event wouldn't have been realized. This was your idea, and the university is proud that it contributed to its realization. I should also thank our colleagues from the university to help us organize such a successful event, to people from the promotion office, led by Marta Banasiak. Marta is not around, but I hope these warm words will reach her. But I am, yeah, we should applaud all our colleagues who helped us to make the event such a special occasion. And I would also like to thank my collaborators, especially Maria Golińska-Wapińska, who is not around anymore today. I mean, she had to pick up her children from the kindergarten, but she played a great role in, well, she was instrumental in organizing the event, in making it run smoothly. Well, I am thankful to everyone. Well, to Lidia Tańska from the rector's office, who helped me to shape my vision of the event. Well, to all the colleagues and to all the participants. This was really inspiring, and I hope I will have the opportunity to continue activity in this area. Certainly I will try to make University of Warsaw a better place for innovations and for knowledge valorization. Thank you again. All the best. Final piece of information, that's a cocktail party organized upstairs. And you're all invited.